Please, gentlemen, remove your caps or hats, whatever, during the meeting here. Today is Tuesday, February the 24th, 2026. It's 9 a.m., and we're in the central jury room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. I'm very pleased to announce today that we have Pastor Jacob Stump here from Calvary Church of Granbury, Texas, to give us the invocation. Pastor?
Please bow your heads and pray with me. Lord Jesus, as we convene this court meeting today, Lord, we are careful to pause and recognize your presence and give you honor as our first order of business. We pray that the actions of this courtroom today would not only bring blessings to the people of Hood County, but that they would also bring you glory. For we recognize that giving you glory is man's highest aspiration, and coming to know you is mankind's highest goal. For the prophet Jeremiah said, "Let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, let not the strong man glory in his strength. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glorieth in this, that he comes to understand and know God." The Apostle Paul said, "For indeed I count all things but loss, for the surpassing worth of knowing Christ Jesus our Lord." And Lord, right now we ask that we may come to know you. Lord, we pray right now that you would fill this courtroom with your presence. And we pray that you would guide these officials according to your wisdom. We pray that you would guide our discussions today according to your grace. And we pray that you would lead our decisions according to your higher purpose. But most of all today, God, we ask that you would bless every heart and every home in Hood County with all the blessings of God. And we ask all of this in the mighty name of Jesus Christ our Lord, and we thank you in advance. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay. Because we have an overload today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce our Fire Marshal, Mr. Jeff Young, to give us some safety rules here for this overloaded capacity here. Mr. Young.
Good morning. I would like to point out that there are 3 exits to this room as you came in. Although we do not have a floor lighting system that's going to direct you to your closest exit, I will let you know there is an exit to this side of the court, there's an exit to that side of the court, of course the one in which you came in. There is an AED located in the hallway across from the security door that you came in. Just know if you go out this door, it's going to be a left, a right, and a left, and you'll go right outside. This one's out the door to the right. So in the event of emergency, try to evacuate in an orderly fashion. If the place is on fire, I've got firefighters here to take care of that, so don't worry about the extinguishers, but just make sure you egress in a safe and orderly fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Okay, and now no special presentations, right? Okay, so now for service awards. All right, the first service award is David Atkins, 5 years. Mr. Atkins. Sheriff, he's one of yours, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on today, working right now, sergeant on day shift, and so sure do appreciate him and everything you and your shift does.
Good deal. All right, the next service award is to Mike Castro.
He is unable to attend this morning.
He's out working.
Yes,
Good.
sir.
Good. Okay. Okay. The next person, I have a special interest in this person. Her name is Brenda Lampert, 5 years. I want to say this about this lady. I think most of our department heads here have worked with her. I know Melissa has, all of y'all have. This is the most courteous, kind, conscientious person I've ever worked with. I really believe that. Other than Beth, they're equal. And they work as a team together, and there's nothing that they won't share or do. There's never any bickering about this is not my job or whatever. They do it so perfectly and work together to run a very efficient office. So this is a very, very good person, and this is Beth Stanley, also known as Elizabeth sometime. I didn't even know who that was when she got her award. Come on up here with her. Okay, and she works for the Commissioners Court. She's the one that has to do this, and I think all the commissioners are joined with me that she bends over backwards to make sure that everything is done appropriately all the time.
Her job is not always easy, but she always does a very good job.
Thank you for saying that. We're good. Okay. Judge. Oh, wait. Your apology. Congratulations. Worked so hard. Okay, and then the final service award is to Todd Lumen. Todd is with the Sheriff's Department too.
I appreciate these guys taking time to come and get recognized today for all their hard work, and being a jailer is not an easy job. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move the agenda items around here a little bit because Clint Head has had some medical issues. In fact, his doctor told him not to even show up here today, but he said he has Commissioner's Court, and that's the kind of guy he is, and he wants to come down here. So we're going to take him out of order, and we're going to do development. And Clint, you want to come on up? So this is on the last page, and it has two items, and the first item is a public hearing to consider the replat of the Landings East, Lot 3759-R2 in Precinct 2. So, Clint Head, take it away, buddy.
Did we open a public hearing?
Yeah, oh, okay, excuse me. See, he's also smart, though. So at 9:10, we're adjourning into a public hearing. Has anybody, go ahead and you finish first, and then we'll get
This
into it.
replat is the combining of lots 3759R and 3760R that will create a 4.771 acres lot known as 3759R2. Property is in the Water Corridor District in Precinct 2 and is served by A-Mud Water and A-Mud Sewer. The lot will access Marvin Drive. All comments have been addressed, and staff recommends approval as presented.
Okay. Is there anybody here in the public that would like to discuss the Landings East? Anybody here? If not, any commissioners have any questions? If not, do I hear a motion? Oh, God. So at 12 minutes after 9, we're going back into Commissioner's Court. Now, do I hear a motion?
Judge, I move that we approve the replat of the Landings East Lot 3759R2.
A motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to approve the replat of the Landings East lots 3759R-R2, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next What do you have?
This is a public hearing to discuss the concept plan of Bella Village subdivision in precinct 3. The concept plan proposes to create 71.
Let me go back to the public hearing now. So at 9:13, we are going into a public hearing.
This concept plan proposes to create 71 lots on 22.2 acres. It will be served, it's in the road corridor district in precinct 3 and will be served by AMUD water and AMUD sewer. Proposes to construct roughly 2,900 linear feet of 7-inch asphalt, concrete curb and gutter, urban standard streets with other underground storm drain that will have an intersection on Acton Highway. I believe the engineer wanted to speak on it if he's here. Ken Dees.
Okay. Mr. Deeds?
Good morning, Commissioners Court, Judge. Ken Dees, reside at 6653 Pinehurst in the city of Pecan Plantation. This development is what we call an affordable housing development, but that's really misleading. It's kind of in the middle of the pack. D.R. Horton would be a lesser product, about $150,000 less. These homes would be in the range of $350,000 to $400,000 each, 2,000 square foot to 2,750 square feet. We have a detention pond and that will accept all of the drainage, including the new Texas EMS site, which is to the north on Acton Highway. This will be a professionally engineered and designed development with great care taken towards drainage specifically. This will be very comparable to another development just down the road called Pirate Village. We emulated them, copied, that's, I guess, a good word, because of their success in these houses. So I'm here to answer any questions the court might have or the public. Thank you.
Total of 20 acres.
It's actually 24 acre, almost a 25 acre tract, 2 acres of which has been sold to Texas EMS, a new facility for those folks. This particular development is a little bit over 22 acres. Yes.
Anybody in the public have any questions or comments regarding this development? Any other commissioner have any other question? If not, at 9:15, we are adjourning from open
Thank you.
public hearing into Commissioners Court. And do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the concept plan for Bella Village in Precinct 3.
Second.
A motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the concept plan of Bella Village and second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion?
I want to thank Mr. Dees for providing a comprehensive plan for this 22-acre home development. Thank you. I don't know if anybody noticed, you're free to go and look at it. It's attached to the agenda, but it's a 38-page, well-documented plan. Thank you.
Careful guy. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Head. And Mr. Head, pursuant to your doctor's orders, you are excused, buddy. Okay? All right. Next on the agenda is citizens' comments at large. And Mr. Mills, are you here, still here? No? Okay. The citizens' comments at large, let me explain something. The last time that we've been having these meetings, we've got a very exceptional issue going on in Hood County, as you can see here. Most of the time we have about 10 people out here for Commissioners Court. But on the citizens' comments at large, the rules that we have for the Commissioners Court is that citizens are invited to comment on matters not on the agenda during the citizens' comments at large at each regularly scheduled Commissioner Court's meeting. Meaning that if it's on the agenda, you sign up to speak at the agenda item, not at the open comments and address something that's on the agenda item. There were people up here the last time that signed up to speak on the open comments on something that was on the agenda item. So they spoke about that. And then they spoke about the same thing on the agenda item, and then some of it was on the development, and they spoke again. And we heard the same thing from the same people 3 different times. You know, we have all of the department heads here in this meeting. We've got the auditor, the treasurer, the purchaser, the road ops, home development. We got everybody here. We want to hear the input from you, but let's do it judiciously, and that's the way the rules were signed up. So please, let's be conscious of everybody's time. Mr. Mills and I were talking about this, and I think you spoke to the other commissioners about this, that's just the way that the rules have always been stated here. And then the rules further stated that it's supposed to be limited to 30 minutes for each agenda item and 30 minutes for the open comments. And because it's an exceptional issues that we're dealing with now, the majority rule of the Commissioners Court, and it was unanimously decided to extend the time to hear. But let's be careful and judicious of everybody's time on this, okay? So with that comment on here, the first person signing up to speak an open comment is Tina Brown. You passing? Okay. The next person is Shauna Wallen. Ms. Wallen.
Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
My name is Shauna Whalen, and I live on Baker's Crossing Road. You may not like what I have to say today. Judge, you stated at the last meeting that you were tired of listening to us talk about our concerns, so I'll skip that part. I came here today to get answers as to why you are ignoring the very people that put their faith in you and placed you in elected positions. What exactly did Ryan Hughes promise you? I bet Ryan Hughes did not tell you that technology is growing so fast that quantum computing will render data centers useless long before any tax money will be paid to Toller School District or Hood County. Have you discussed that fact with each other? Hood County will not get a dime, and these projects will be abandoned and shut down, leaving Hood County with a scar that will never heal. This will be a constant reminder of the failure of this Commissioner's Court. Your names will be forever etched in the travesty that is about to unfold. These swindlers will be long gone, laughing at you, saying, "You almost had it." It seems that a few of you have been conned by the slick snake oil salesman who promises to fill the coffers of Hood County. However, they are lies and empty promises. Ryan Hughes is a trickster and magician who uses sleight of hand, promising Hood County that there would be 400 to 450 jobs, while also telling Somerville County Water Board that it would be minimal, 100 to 200. So which is it? I know none of you are unintelligent, so why would some of you fall for his deception? Is there something in it for you? The reason I ask is because that is the only reason I can think of that would make any sense. Ryan Hughes has convinced some of you that you must uphold the law or be sued. Our unique subchapter K is the law and gives us the right to stop them, and you know it. The little stunt at the end of last meeting was simply the Kabuki Theater. Anyone who was here or listening to the meeting could see that. I will give credit to Ryan, though, as he has certainly pulled the wool over your eyes. He has convinced you that there will be no noise, no air pollution, no watershed problem, and that the project will only take a smidge of water. Wait, what water? We don't have any. We're in drought conditions right now. Surely you know he lied, right? What some of you are saying with your vote is that you are going to take the word of a known liar. That alone is very disturbing. Did you know Ryan came to town whining and dining in the Toller School Board? Right off the bat? Why do you think that was? You're all intelligent leaders. That's why we elected you. What possible motivation could it be for this court to turn a deaf ear and blind eye to the cries of the people of this community? How many of you are planning on moving in the next 2 years? You better sell your property now. We, the citizens of Hood County, can see through all the BS. Unfortunately, you can't or won't. Which is it? Thank you.
Next speaker is Kenneth Metter. Kenneth Metter.
Judge, Commissioners, I stand before you in concern for all the industrial development that is proposed for the county. And some of the things that we need to look at is all the different changes this is going to make. The thoroughfare plan that was enacted through a bond election last year showed that there was going to be an extension of Loop 567 south, and it would connect back into 144 in the area of Contrary Creek Road. With the developments that have happened of the property that got annexed into the city of Granbury, curious if that's going to change that thoroughfare plan, because that is a very important piece for all the traffic that comes off of 377 and goes down to 144 south. That 377 and Morgan Street interchange right now is overwhelmed, and just need to find out if that is going to change that part of the thoroughfare plan, because these are some big concerns for the people in the southern part of the county toward Glen Rose. So I'm just wondering if we can get some sort of answers on what changes to the thoroughfare plan that is going to make, if any. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Dominique Inge.
Good morning, Your Honor, Judge Massengill. I wish to make a few remarks to vigorously oppose any and all data centers in Hood County, to encourage you to approve the moratorium. And I'm deeply troubled that the concept plan has already been conditionally approved, because this gives a point of entry to sailfish investors to infect our county with their digital scum. Please do not allow this to continue. There's sinister effects. Speakers have already detailed those effects. The water, electricity, air, people's livelihoods, their homes will be affected. We all know, it's common knowledge, that the largest single investment for most individuals is their home. These people are trying to protect their homes. Please heed their requests, because if you do not, you will essentially become the apostles of sailfish's ministry of doom and destruction. Please do not do this. It will be tactical annihilation, an absolute inspired moment of madness, a monument to the loss of Hood County. My comments today are more than a plea, they're more than a petition, they are a supplication. Do not forsake us now in our hour of need.
Next speaker is John Highsmith.
Good morning. I'm John Highsmith. I live in Pecan Plantation. And today I'd like to talk about a victory in the data center wars of Texas. On Wednesday, February 18, 2026, the Board of Directors of the Acton Municipal Utility District voted 5-0 to decline the Fort Spunky Project water usage proposal from Pacifico Energy. And essentially, there would have been a pipeline run under the Brazos River between Pecan Plantation and the Fort Spunky Data Center. AMUD would have supplied water to the Fort Spunky project. On that day, that's the 18th, citizens first were able to speak about the project. Then General Manager Richard English made comments. He talked about the early days of AMUD, going back to their start in 1982, and said that residents lost water service just about every week. He said that the main goal of AMUD was to provide water services to residential customers. He ended his comments by noting that Fort Spunky would be an industrial customer. Chairman Ray Lewis then took a vote on whether to deny the project, and the vote passed unanimously. Mr. Lewis then took the opportunity to thank citizens who took the time to speak, and also noted that comments were delivered with respect to the board, and he appreciated that. He then closed by noting how dire the water situation is in Hood County, and that new water wells continue to be dug. He asked for citizens to get involved in making officials aware to this major problem facing Hood County. Then spirited enthusiasm ensued. Now, I would like to propose that this Commissioners Court recognize the Acton Municipal Utility Board for what they did on February 18th. These are my words. This is not what they've said, but my words. They listened to their community. Presently, they serve 8,900 households, and residential service accounts for 96% of their business. They were not lured into expanding their scope into the exciting world of industrial development. Thank you.
Next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
Yes, my name is Cindy Highsmith, and I live in Pecan Plantation. I'm here to speak about Project Red and Project Yellow, two data centers. So since 2022, residents from Mitchell Bend and Pecan Plantation have been coming to court to beg for help from unrelenting 24/7 noise from Bitcoin mining on leased land from Wolf Hollow 2. They have been rewarded with Wolf Hollow 3. So now 4 major gas-powered plants in Precinct 211. Since midsummer, the data center bells began to ring in Hood County. The people in Hood County began to come to protest these land-polluting, resource-intensive industrial energies. Each county meeting, more citizens spoke. A workshop to discuss the data centers took place, and an economic development commission was formed. Bracewell Law Firm was hired, $700 per hour. A moratorium was recommended to best implement Chapter 231, Subchapter K. And the people of Mitchell Bend continued to cry for relief, for help. Safeguards have been recommended. Terms for approval of concept plans have been set in conditional approvals. So what happens? On February 6th, before the Tuesday morning vote on a moratorium, Project Red and Project Yellow are submitted to the Economic Development Director. I've looked at these plans. These plans have no start dates. They are maps, they are schematics, and a traffic assessment. Which commissioners spoke with this LLC? They knew that there were conditional approvals and there were regulations that were going to be set in place. So who are these people? This LLC out of Miami, Florida was formed October 2024, but who are they really? They got in under the gun so that they could be approved before reasonable protections under 231 subchapter K were put in place. So on February 6th, a dagger was placed in the back of Mitchell Bend. We have met the enemy, and the enemy is us.
The next speaker is Jim Bell.
Is this good? I'm Jim Bell. I live in Water's Edge in the city of Granbury in Precinct 3, and I thank this honorable commission for the opportunity to speak. Power without ethics is sophisticated barbarism. Today, I ask you to remember your philosophical compass, the principles that guide your use of deep understanding, and adopt the mindset of I see because I must. I understand to serve. If your ambition drives you towards influence as a way to control outcomes to override others, that path may feel strong, but it leads to isolation and a hollow legacy. People may follow out of necessity and not trust, but influence fades quickly when not nurtured with respect. Choose instead to build power that is shared, kind, and co-creative, a force that connects and doesn't dominate. Your true joy and power should arise only when you move beyond the me versus you into us together. Imagine you're being judged by history's wisest. Socrates, Marcus Aurelius, Lao Tzu, Buddha. Where would they caution you? As you represent us, which I remind you that you truly should, focus on our beneficial growth, not just any development that comes along. Do not leave us with suspicions of your true motives. Plant seeds instead of forcing unwanted growth on us. List for yourself your deepest responsibilities. Please do not give us betrayals that break trust, abandonments that create fear and anger, failures that install mistrust and consternation, and rejections that build walls. Please represent us as you were elected to do. Do not sit quietly through the entire Commissioners' Court session and then cast your vote against the overwhelming majority of your constituents who are very vocal in their concerns about being able to have enough water to run their ranches and feed their livestock, to enjoy their lives on Lake Granbury, and to create prosperous small businesses that thrive on our tourism. Don't sit there like a wallflower without saying anything. I remind you, you are our commissioners. We are not your subjects. If you have input, please produce it. Please demonstrate that you feel a responsibility to represent us. That is what you were elected to do. Pay attention to the overwhelming response of Hood County's concerned citizens in opposition to the establishment of these data centers and address these concerns. Other counties in Texas are saying no to data centers successfully. Van Zandt County just established a moratorium against data centers. What's your problem? Don't waste time meandering through red tape and seeking opinions. That's procrastination. To us, it looks like stalling. Adam Friedman has already pointed out that Hood County has used the moratorium successfully in the past. This community is clearly telling you where they stand on this data center issue, which is not to let them in. This is a wonderful community. It has certainly captured my heart. I absolutely love it here. As a sailor, I've been around the world at least 4 times, and I've never in my life seen a place where I'd rather live than here. Hood County is our home. We would like to keep it. We are fine with responsible growth. We know it's coming anyway. 3 years of Granbury being identified as the best small town to live in has all but guaranteed that. Housing developments, apartment complexes, new small businesses popping up throughout our community. That kind of growth is coming to us anyway. We are painfully aware of that. We also know that it's going to happen faster than we would like. It's one of the reasons for the Highway 377 expansion that is coming and our thoroughfare plan. However, Hood County desperately needs you to do what you were elected to do. Do not sit there thinking that you know what's best for us, despite our overwhelming objection to this type of development. Represent us, please. Endeavor to move beyond the me versus you into us together. And please, I implore you, do not make us, your constituents, walk away in frustration yet again with the feeling that we're being snookered.
The next speaker is Robin Sutherland. Robin.
It's an interesting act to follow. Thank you, Jim. Can you hear me? I can't see this and talk. Okay. Hello, my name is Robin Sutherland. I live in Pecan Plantation. I'll keep this short as possible. So the purpose of the massive AI-related data centers and power plants are not for normal technology improvements in our daily lives. No, they are intended for artificial intelligence beyond anyone's current comprehension. They are expected to require a massive amount of data and therefore massive sized data centers beyond anything we've ever seen. The proposed tax income they project to bring in will be offset by a destroyed community. It is almost unfair for you all to make proper decisions for these projects within the outdated and limited rules and regulations available at the time these companies initially engaged with Hood County. These are unprecedented projects and an unprecedented time for our community. In fact, in my opinion, they are taking full advantage of the freedoms and the lack of regulations that we have here in Texas. I'm sure they are confident and counting on each of you to be unprepared to stop them and unwilling to stand up to them because they are very wealthy or have very wealthy investors who are have very strong political connections. To me, they're bullies. I hate bullies. I seriously doubt they can honestly predict the negative impacts they will cause, and why would they? And they don't care. They don't live here. Hood County is a community worth standing up for. We will stand behind you and help fight these bullies. But that requires you to stand up for us and fight for us with a moratorium of these unprecedented projects. Chapter 231, Subchapter K, written in 1999, uniquely gives Hood County some authority to do that. I understand there was a moratorium in 1999. Mr. Matt Mills informed me of this. He said it was not challenged. Because I said, why was it legal then and not legal now? Because that's the impression I'm getting from him. And he said it wasn't challenged. I understand, sorry. Anyway, if we hold that moratorium, if you vote yes on that, probably we will be challenged based on the environment we're in right now. But so what? None of the projects are fully approved, so it is not too late. Protecting Hood County is worth fighting for. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alex Wolf.
Good morning. My name is Alex Wolf. We have come to a moment in our community when the people have to ask a hard question. Who is our government really working for? Because here in Hood County, families have spoken, citizens have shown up, voices have been raised respectfully, consistently, and in good faith. And yet too many of our concerns about these data centers have been brushed aside. This is not how representative government is supposed to work. Thomas Aquinas wrote, "Law is an ordinance of reason for the common good, made by him who has care of the community and promulgated." Today, the people of Hood County are concerned about whether the common good, our good, is truly being put first. And this is our home. This is where I'm raising my daughters. This is where our neighbors are building their lives. And we will not quietly accept decisions that reshape our county without serious accountability. The law has not always kept pace with emerging threats. And when that happens, your leadership matters even more. So we're asking you to fight for us. Use every tool available. Stand firmly with the citizens that you represent, and be willing to take this to the mat to protect our community. I have in my hand pages of signatures that list two of you by name, but the commissioners at large, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Andrews. These pages are signatures of people demanding your resignation if you will not fight for us. We demand that you step up or step down. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolyn Reeves.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Carolyn Reeves. I'm with Precinct 202, where these data centers are going into. My backyard, front yard, and side yard. I left a state where the politicians are corrupt and sell out their people, their taxpayers. And I moved here, they turned it into a third world country. And I moved here, and here I see the same thing happening that has happened over there. It starts small, and the politicians over in California, they cater to the globalist, and they sell out their property owners. My father was a small farmer in the San Joaquin Valley that grew a lot of vegetables and fruits for the United States. They found that, the globalists found that they noticed the Central Valley. They started going after them for their property by putting regulations on them and restricting them to farm. This was done by our corrupt politicians. In 1993, they declared endangered species a fish, and they deterred the waters from the Sierra Mountains into this lake and took it away from the farmers. They've been doing this since 1993, and they've been breaking the Central Valley farmers all this time, where the globalists come in and buy up their land, pennies on the dollar. They bankrupt them. They did it by using their water. The Trojan horse here that I see is the data centers that are going to come in and steal their ranchers' water, break them, and then buy the land up, pennies on the dollar. They're going to destroy Hood County, and I've heard out there there's 37 that want to come in. I don't know. You guys don't tell us the truth. You hid the one coming in, so I don't trust you. And you scold us on your policies and your rules about what we need to follow, but you swore an oath to we the people, that you would serve the people, not the globalist. I would say we demand that you put a moratorium on these data centers. We're not asking, we're demanding. Because we don't trust you. You're actually putting a silent war on we the people of Hood County. Please think of that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Donna Kelleher.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge Massengill and families of Hood County. So I'm going to talk about something personal for a moment. When I was, 30 years ago, I became the caregiver to my grandmother. So I had 5 years of it. And this article came out in Newsweek magazine on February 17th. A study of 27.8 million Americans may have revealed the direct Alzheimer's cause. So there are 52 million people in the United States with Alzheimer's. It's a disease that affects all of us, our families. We know somebody. Our nursing homes are full of them. This article really got to me because I've grown up around the world with air that you couldn't see halfway down the street. I've moved from the Metroplex out here. I got tired of living under the jets. I've been here 20 years and raised my son here, and I'm an older mom. So I will say that I do love Hood County. My son wants to continue his life here in Hood County when he comes back from college. So Alzheimer's disease is the most common form of dementia. It affects 57 million people worldwide. So this study, to find out more, environmental health researcher Yan Lingden of Emory University in Georgia and her colleagues examined data on more than 27.8 million U.S. Medicare recipients aged 65 years and older from 2000 to 2018. The researchers looked at individuals' air pollution exposure level and whether they developed Alzheimer's disease while emphasizing the role of other chronic conditions. They found that greater exposure to air pollution was associated with an increased risk of Alzheimer's disease, and that association was slightly stronger in individuals who experienced a stroke. Okay, so I could go on about that. You can find the article on the internet. There's a clear association with particulate matter in the air and brain disease. So Hood County has all of these new gas-fired plants that are being proposed. So our air numbers are going to go from 75 to 128 and may end up in the 250s. So that's not going to fare well for my son, who's going to end up being my caregiver. All right, so when a door closes, a window opens. We have 231K, and I have listened very carefully to the objections to voting yes for a moratorium, or, the fear that we're going to be sued. Okay? Well, I love Texas, because Texas not only gave you 231K, they gave you a way to protect your ability to implement 231K. So yesterday, I emailed each of the commissioners a letter and said to them, I respectfully provide Section 2.12 actions exempted of the Texas Private Real Property Rights Preservation Act guidelines for your review. Please consult with your counsel about this. So property right protections in Texas are serious business. I mean, we can't take somebody's ability to make money with their property. However, let's read 2.12 actions exempted pursuant to Property Rights Act Section 2007.003B. The following actions are explicitly exempted from Property Rights Act coverage. I love it. So number one does not apply. An action by a municipality except as provided by subsection A3. So we're not a municipality. All right. 2 and 3 don't apply. Number 4 does apply because we as a county are a primary political subdivision. So number 4 says an action, including an action of a political subdivision that is reasonably taken in order to fulfill an obligation mandated by federal law, or an action of a political subdivision that is reasonably taken to fulfill an obligation mandated by state law. 231K is state law, so we're covered. And I'm very happy to find this. I emailed it to you. I want you to discuss it with your council, because this may be just that protection that you need to feel comfortable in fighting for 231K and what it means, not just for us, but for the rest of the state of Texas. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Belinda Smith.
My name is Belinda Smith. I actually live in Emory, Texas, but I have a farm here that is leased to my cousins in Biloxi, Texas, which will be 1.7 miles away from Comanche Circle. I want to applaud the busload of people that went to Austin yesterday. We went to Austin to protest data centers. We went to Austin to help preserve our water tables. If they put those 5 water wells they're talking about just a mile and a half away from my water well, how long is my water going to survive? How am I going to be able to provide for my property in us? We are planning to build a house there, and we can't even start if we won't have any water. It's just insane. I am passionate about this. I gave up my whole day. I drove from my home over to Granbury, got on that bus, and went with all the other people from Hood County, from Severnville County, from Erath County. We heard from people from Waco, from the Lacey Lakeview Data Center. We heard from people from Round Rock. We heard from people from other places. All these people coming together in Austin to ask for a special session to regulate these data centers. You need to adopt this mandate, this moratorium, so that you have time to look at your regulations. We need this. We need y'all to stop this chaos, this insanity that's happening right now in this county. Thank you. Goodbye.
No other.
Got 2 got their hand up.
We're in open comments.
All the open comments. Now we're going to get into the agenda, and some of you have signed up to speak on certain agenda items. So item number 1, consider.
Judge, point of order, please. I want to ask the court's indulgence if we could, item number 12 has to do with the North Hood County Volunteer Fire Department, and they're in here today, and we have very windy conditions. And I would ask the court's indulgence if we could cover agenda item number 12 so that they can go about and take care of their business.
Certainly. We'll take item number 12. We want firefighters out there fighting fire. So this is item number 12 reads, discuss and take appropriate action regarding North Hood County Volunteer Fire Department's request for final action on its June 2025 itemized capital asset request in amount up to $161,043, all related to end-of-life equipment, safety concerns, and operational limitations impacting EMS and fire response capabilities. Yes, sir. How are you doing, Lieutenant?
I am good. Thank you
Good.
very much. Thank you for moving us up. So if I may go ahead and proceed.
Yes, please.
Just for the record, so good morning, everyone, but just for the record, my name is Scott Bullington. I serve as a lieutenant and board chair for the North Hood County Volunteer Fire Department Station 20. In June of 2025, Station 20 submitted a capital asset request outlining 3 primary needs: a LifePak 15 cardiac monitor, Groves locker system, and a command vehicle. We presented those items in good faith and expected a determination before the end of 2025. Again, that was just our expectation. There were no promises on your part. These items represent end-of-life operational equipment rather than long-term, long-range growth planning initiatives. So to remain fiscally responsible while awaiting your decision, our membership voted on contingency motions tying several other essential purchases to the outcome of the court's decision. Those motions were designated and designed to keep us within budget and avoid our overspending. However, because no formal approval or denial has been issued, those contingency motions have effectively frozen our purchasing plan. We currently are unable to move forward with necessary equipment purchases. It has impacted our ability to finalize our 2026 budget responsibly. Today, I'm requesting that the court formally deny Station 20's individual capital asset request. And please understand, this request is not made out of criticism or frustration. This is just operational for us, okay? This is simply a procedural step that allows our department to release an internal restriction, complete our purchasing plan, and maintain operational readiness. So I also want to clarify that this request and our request for denial only applies to Station 20's capital asset requests. This does not apply to the 9-department county-wide capital asset request, which included many other items, okay? So I want to make that very clear. Other than that, I would just like to say that we appreciate the court's and the commission's support and help with emergency services in Hood County. We just simply need a final decision so that we can move forward responsibly. Thank you, and I appreciate this consideration for you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so is it okay if I want to bring the fire marshal over here and so we can talk about this a little bit?
Yeah.
And because I think all the fire departments back in June submitted similar requests, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so could we get some input from you, Mr. Young?
Judge, Commissioners, so yes, back in June of 2025, we did have a special called workshop that the fire departments came up and presented their needs. I was then asked to put all those needs on paper. I've got I'm going to call it a living document because it's changing all the time. I have an updated version. I've called and talked to all the chiefs yesterday. There are 8 other departments that all have needs and requests that they have also requested. And it's not an easy pill to swallow. It's close to about $9 million worth of equipment. What I would like to suggest is to table this item at this time and have a special called workshop again with our auditor so that we can sit down and discuss how and if this can happen. And if not, what we need to do to whittle it down or get them the essential items.
So
we have 8 other volunteer fire departments up here, and we all met with that, but we're all very concerned about this equipment too. But we got to work with the auditor on doing this, and I understand 2020 was June of 2025, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's past time, but I agree that we need to get all the fire departments together and see what we can do. Do you agree with that?
I don't disagree with that. The only thing I will add to that is that the equipment that we submitted were end-of-life equipment needed, and we needed to put that in place and in operation last year. The equipment that we submitted is not really long-term, large vision growth type initiatives. So those things were already needed. And again, our expectation. Pardon me?
Are any of these breathing apparatuses?
No, this was not part of the bottles, the breathing apparatuses, the radios, any of that. Ours was just our LifePak 15 cardiac monitor, the locker system, and the command vehicle. So again, these items were different and separate from larger capital purchases. These were things that we thought we might be able to put in and get pretty quick. So honestly, what we did is we made a motion, and it was a unanimous vote among our members. So we made a motion that if the court approved the purchase of a certain item, we would purchase another item in its place. Same thing with motion 2. If the court denied it, we would go ahead and buy the item that we submitted, and then we would forgo the second item and eventually get it in 2026. So we're now a little bit behind, and we're not able to really finish our budget for 2026 because we don't know where we stand now with these 4 items. Now, the command vehicle would have been a 5th item, but we didn't tie any kind of motion to that. So that one was just out there.
I'm sorry, it sounds like I do agree that we need to have a workshop and figure out a long-term solution for all the fire departments, but it sounds like tabling is not an option because you need a denial so that you can release your funds.
Right. It would actually be appreciated if that were the case. Again, we're just trying to keep the integrity of our procedural process in place. This was a vote by our members. It was a unanimous vote. And so we believe that by receiving the denial or receiving an approval is better for transparency of our process, and it gives everybody the reassurance that, we're just not making up rules left and right, and, we are following our procedures. So if I would say this, and I usually don't speak out of turn, especially when you're negotiating. So 2 of the items are necessary needed equipment now. We can buy them. If you would just provide us the denial of those 2 items, we'll leave the command vehicle in for the workshop, and we'll probably even bring you a couple of other things for the workshop that would be long-term, bigger planning type items. That would just be helpful for us.
There's no doubt that there's always something else that a fire department needs to come in.
Oh, I have a list of it, and I don't
That's
think
not-
I'll shock you with it now.
Yeah.
So let me make sure I'm clear. You want us to deny your request for these? I'm still not clear what you want us to deny.
Deny those 2 items so that y'all can move forward on your budget. I don't like denying the fire department anything, but
I agree, but you would be
procedurally, that's
assisting
what
us.
you need us to do.
Yes, that is what we need you to do. It would be a denial of the 2 of the locker system and the cardiac life pack, and we'll leave the command vehicle on for tabling and to move forward into the workshop with.
Okay.
Because
Any
there's
other
4
comments?
items tied up with those.
What's that?
Any other comments? All right, let me see if I can make this motion. So I'm going to move that we deny request here for recertified physio control life pack 15 version 4 monitor pronounce that.
Defibrillator.
At $16,230, and Groves Red Rack Locker System, 34 of them, at $11,062.90.
Correct.
And then table the
rest of it for a workshop in the very near future.
I'll second
Yes. And is there a thought on the timing of that very near future?
We'll do it pretty quickly. We've got a little emergency kind of going on here a little bit.
I understand.
But
Yeah, we got a budget cycle coming up pretty quick, so I would say sometime between now and the end of April.
Okay, thank you.
Christine, do you have that motion down? Okay. Any further comment? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Lieutenant, for coming down there with it. It's great. Thank you, Jeff. for
Thank you
doing
all very
that,
much.
too. All right, good. Okay. Now we'll go back to item number 1. Consider and take appropriate action to award RFB 2026-02 corrugated steel culverts to Wilson Culverts, Inc. Mr. Glenn Tillman.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. So the request for bids 2026-02 corrugated steel culverts closed on February 5th at 10 a.m. This was a price-only solicitation. And while there are 2 additional intents to bid, we only received one by the deadline, which was from Wilson Culverts. Wilson is our current vendor, and this contract represents a 0 price increase. Road Ops is very satisfied with the vendor's performance and with the pricing, so we would recommend awarding RFB 2026-02 to Wilson Culverts.
Anybody have any comment? If not, do I hear a motion?
I move that we award RFB 2026-02 corrugated steel culverts to Wilson Culverts.
Okay. Commissioner Samuelson has made a motion to award the corrugated steel culverts to Wilson Culverts, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
Yeah, there is no relationship.
Get
that on the record.
There is no relationship. I have no clue other than the name.
That's not what I heard. No.
Okay, that's all.
All right. All right. No relation to Jack Wilson. All right. And I heard you, see you shaking your head up here, Todd Tuggle, who's head of Road Ops, that they do a good job and you're all for it. So based upon that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 2, discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign the City of Granbury's event application approving the use of the historic courthouse parking lot for the 2026 Founders Day Festival and Barbecue Cook-Off event Friday, March 13th at 9 a.m. set up through 7 p.m. Sunday, March 15th. We have just one person, is that right? Yeah, okay. We have one person signed up to speak, Tina Brown. Tina, would you want to speak on Memphis?
Yes, I was going to speak about this in open comments and get out of here, but since that wasn't allowed, I'll start here. I want to know who authorized the political interview by Constable Shirley of candidate Lowry in the historic courthouse. I believe this would be considered a political campaigning, which is not allowed, and it was at closing time
Point
on
of
a
order,
Friday.
this doesn't have to do with the agenda item. The agenda item has to do with
This
the
has to
Founder's Day.
do with
It has to do with
policy.
the Founder's Day.
Policy.
And that is not on the agenda.
Can I finish?
Made a point of order that this is
Yeah.
not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
The policy, I'm talking about the policy.
Which is not on the
Well, the
agenda.
policy-
Everybody who goes to, everyone who wants to do something on the courthouse grounds has to fill out a form, an application, and it has to
Sorry,
go
Ms.
through this
Brown,
board.
this is about the Founder's Day.
Did they fill out a form?
This is about the Founder's
Did
Day.
they fill out a form?
I'm sorry, Ms. Brown.
Did
This
they
is what
fill
you were
out a form?
saying.
This
What you
is
were
not an
speaking is
agenda
not
item.
on the agenda.
I'm asking if they filled out a
You know,
form.
Ms. Brown, it's really not pertinent to the Founder's Day deal. You can ask that question at the next Commissioners Court meeting or on open agenda, but it's really not pertaining
Okay.
to the Founder's Day. Thank you. Okay.
Speaking of the Founder's Day, last February, on the 25th of last February, this court adopted a proclamation to proclaim March 1st General Granbury's birthday in Hood County and henceforth encourage celebrations in the month of March regarding the founding of Granbury to be recognized as General Granbury's birthday. It appears that HGMA didn't get the proclamation, so I will email it to them, and in the future, the Commissioners Court's proclamation will be taken into consideration. With that, I'll make a motion to Authorize the county judge to sign the city of Granbury's event application approving the use of the historical courthouse parking lot for the 2026 Founder's Day Festival and Barbecue Cook-Off event, Friday, March 13th at 9 a.m., set up through 7 p.m., Sunday, March 15th.
Second.
Commissioner Andrews, Commissioner Samuelson has made a motion to allow the county judge to sign the city of Granbury's event application for the Founder's Day Festival and Barbecue event on those dates. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 3, discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign the resolution for the Rifle Resistant Body Armor Grant. Yes, Ms. Matlock, our county auditor.
Good
Yes,
morning.
ma'am.
This is just the resolution that goes along with the approval you gave last court.
Okay, we did pass the resolution.
You gave us authorization to apply for the grant. This is the resolution that goes along with that.
Oh, so now we got it. Okay, I got you. All right, do I hear a motion?
I move that we authorize the county judge to sign the resolution for the Rifle Resistant Body Armor Grant.
Been made by Commissioner Wilson to allow the county judge to sign the resolution for the Rifle Resistant Body Armor Grant, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Matlock. Item number 4, discuss and take appropriate action to request formal written response from Hood County District Attorney regarding DA's plans to investigate or not investigate issues related to the forensic audit of the Hood County Appraisal District. Commissioner Eagle.
So, trying to get some sort of resolution on this issue with the HCAD, and I'm going to ask our mayor of Granbury, Mr. Jim Jarrett, to come to the podium and make his explanation, please.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you very much for seeing here today. And I want to emphasize that I am representing the city of Granbury. The city of Granbury is requesting the assistance of the Hood County Commissioners Court in the recovery of $1.3 million of city and county taxpayer funds. As the recent forensic audit of the HCAD proved, over $3.3 million of taxpayer funds had been moved to unbudgeted accounts. What that says is that you, me, school board, anybody, Toller, Lipan, Bluffview, et cetera, never saw the money that was moved into these other accounts. $887,000 was moved to retirement account, not budgeted, never approved by the entities. $2.4 million was moved to build a non-approved building, not budgeted, never approved by the entities. And you can say, well, 1.9 of that was returned. It was. 400,000, though, has been spent on a concept document. The information has been investigated by the DA and the Hood County Sheriff's Office for almost 3 years. I misspoke last time I was here. I said it was the city individuals that had been working the investigation, but it was through our Hood County Sheriff's Office, and I am very appreciative of that. So it's been worked for almost 3 years. And the DA is currently seeking a fraud expert to verify the forensic audit. I find it hard to believe that it should take this long to get justice for the Granbury, Hood County tax-paying public. After all, it only took one Texas Ranger, one trip to the HCAD for the HCAD to return $1.9 million. The remaining $1.3 million was misallocated in exactly the same way as the 1.9 through the excess fund process. So the city of Granbury is requesting for the Commissioners Court to encourage the DA office, which I believe you fund, and to provide resources if needed to, one, refuse to accept the case. Info provided today, which a young lady has just laid on your desk, I believe will open the door to a very comprehensive insurance claim. Let me read some of the items that Weaver has asked for I've asked for the responses to, but I've heard none of the responses yet because Weaver will not give them to me because their customer is the HCAD. Weaver asked for Kay Williams interview question list. Kay Williams is Stone Garrett Williams. The budget adjustments. Did you ever advise HCAD leadership on the definition of a budget adjustment versus a line item adjustment? What was your understanding of how this should be done? Was this understanding communicated to HCAD as official guidance on the topic? Did you ever advise HCAD leadership on how to handle reallocate budget surpluses at the end of the year? What was your understanding of how this should be done? Was this understanding communicated to HCAD as official guidance on the topic? How were post-year-end closed budget reallocations treated on the audit report? Were they deferred for review until the next year? What was your understanding of the communications required to be made to the taxing entities in relation to these budgetary adjustments / surplus reallocations? And were the topics mentioned previously, budget adjustments, line item adjustments, and taxing entity approval of such, ever touched on in your audit report?
So Williams, let's clarify who they are.
It's Stone Garrett Williams. Kay Williams is Kathy Williams of Stone Garrett Williams.
And
she's the auditor.
They functioned as the audit firm for HCAD.
For 30 years. Same auditor. Never found a problem. The other thing they ask about is the Home Office Corporation. Did you advise HCAD leadership regarding the creation of the Home Office Corporation to handle the construction of new HCAD facilities? A, why was the advice given to create a new entity? B, how was the new entity intended to interact with HCAD staff / funding to facilitate the new building? Number two, what were the primary factors that indicated to you that HCAD needed this separate entity in order to get the building constructed? A, did the need for a line of credit factor into the decision? And number three, were any of the taxing entities informed or involved in the creation of this entity in an official manner? And then they ask, do you have any documentation that supports the advice or guidance you provided? So, as I said, help us get the DA to refuse to accept the case. Or, number two, move the case to a grand jury. Or number three, refer the case to the district judge. AG Opinion 1040, GAT 1040 is footnote on it is any questions about the proprietary of a particular appraisal district board's actions or for a district court to consider. Recognizing that where a governmental body acts illegally, unreasonably, or arbitrarily, a court of competent jurisdiction may so adjudge. That's our district court. So we can do the refuse, move to a grand jury, refer the case to the district judge, or, and this is my favorite, find that Texas Ranger and ask him to visit the HCAD.
So just to, the thing about it is you need the DA, our DA, to make a decision. Is that
yes? Make a decision.
Either do something with this thing or not. And I'm disappointed that he's not in here, since this agenda item involves that question to him. But that's what you're asking. We can't make the DA do anything, but we do handle his budget. And we're talking about tax money that belongs to the taxpayers that HCAD did not do correctly, that we need to investigate. And this has been going on long enough. Do you agree with that, Mr. Mayor?
I think 3 years is long enough. I think it's very clear where the money was. It's very clear how the money was transferred out. It's very clear that it was excess funds. If they were excess funds, the statute clearly says excess funds shall be returned by the chief appraiser, shall be refunded by the chief appraiser. We shouldn't even be having this conversation. It is an accounting process. Now, the board should never have even been involved. It says, the chief appraiser shall return the excess funds or credit them to the entities. The 1.9 million, same way. I mean, it was allocated the same way. It was just allocated to a building fund instead of the 800,000 to a retirement fund, which was on top of 2 million that had been budgeted over 3 years. In 3 years, we spent 3 million, or 4 years, we spent $3 million on retirement for the HCAD 18 people. We've been spending $40,000 a year prior to that. Now we spend about 150.
There was one chief appraiser during this time period, right?
Sir?
There was one chief appraiser during this time period you're
Yes,
talking.
sir. For the retirement, there was one chief appraiser, and then there was a second chief appraiser that came along. The existing chief appraiser has actually returned excess funds the last 2 years he's here. And I want to reiterate again, I suspect none of any of the board members of having financial gains from any of this.
Okay.
This is a governance issue, and as we get the answers to these questions that Weaver has asked, I think we'll find that there's, you know, a provider issue or a vendor issue, if you will.
I think we know the answer to, in your second section, number 3, were any of the taxing entities informed or involved in the creation of this entity in an official manner?
No, there was a resolution
answer
that
to
was
that.
created, and it was to be taken to all of the taxing entities. It was never taken to the taxing entities. Never. There was a deal sheet prepared by the General Capital Corporation for the HCAD Home Office Corporation, which is a shell company, because the HCAD is, again, not allowed by the tax code to borrow money without 3/4 of the taxing entities, not the voting persons, but 9 of 11 voting, yes, you can go build a building. This is, I mean, we've been having this conversation here. Yeah.
Who were the,
Up this, we've got some speakers lined up to speak
Gotcha.
on this thing too. Thank you,
good.
Mr.
Thank you,
Mayor.
sir.
Thank you. And the first speaker is Mark Lowry. Mark Lowry. I called your name. Thrice. Thrice, as the Bible said.
Well, I couldn't hear you the first time, sir. Commissioners, Judge, thank you for this opportunity. As the mayor so time and time again has pointed out how serious this is to the taxpayers. It's not as high as the data centers, ladies and gentlemen, but this is a serious issue. And we've lost some money. They've misappropriated money without authorization, and there is a crime there. I'm a retired federal agent, and I know crime when I see it, and there's a crime there. So I want to thank Commissioner Samuelson and Mayor Jarrett for discovering this, as the mayor pointed out, 3 years ago. And here we are 3 years later trying to figure out what happened. I know a couple of you have read the mayor's reports. I have read them, a couple binders like that, plus the forensic audit. Plus I attended the forensic audit briefing at the HCAD meeting, and they delicately danced around that forensic audit briefing because they know they've got a problem. I don't know if the other two of you have read it or not. I recommend you do. So I've read them, and I'm extremely concerned in how this is not properly addressed by a district attorney and the taxing entities. Now, I do compliment you all because you all are pushing this thing forward. You spend extra money, $160,000 for a forensic audit, and I appreciate you doing that. That's an additional cost of money that we had to pay on the taxpayers above the money that they misappropriated. Despite many of the HCAD board members, former board members, who continue to make public statements that there's nothing to look at here, it's a little shiny object, don't look at it. In fact, I believe state and federal crimes have been committed. They did not have authority to pursue this $6 million purchase of land and building construction, but did so. As the mayor pointed, HCAD created a shell corporation, home office corporation, which should tell us that they knew exactly what they were doing wasn't legal, because they had to go in and create a shell corporation to accomplish what they were wanting to do. They made these movements without receiving the state-required approval from the taxing entities. Later, the HCAD board returned $1.9 million to the taxing entities, again, which should show us once they got caught, they realized they had to return the money, which they should have been returning before. They will claim because the shell corporation's paperwork was never filed with the Secretary of State, it did not exist. In fact, they continue to operate as if it had existed and had been filed. So that's null and void. The issue should have been discovered long before it was by the taxing entities when they started to inflate this budget. It was not. Again, thanks to Commissioner Samuelson and Mayor Jarrett, we discovered it. The present chief appraiser crafted a bogus summary of the forensic audit and published it in the Hood County News and on the HCAB website. Again, the shiny object. You mentioned it was the former chief appraiser. Well, in fact, this chief appraiser is trying to deflect us from the attention of it also. I might add, this same chief appraiser resigned from Tarrant County after receiving a no confidence vote, and then we immediately hired him for our HCAD. I'm simply asking you this. Use your bully pulpit, impress upon our district attorney, the district judge, which can weigh into this, or the AG and take action, or maybe some federal entities. If someone is not held accountable to this, and ladies and gentlemen, we're talking millions of dollars, we're not talking nickels and dimes, they will continue to do this. So I appreciate what you've done so far. I would like to see this move quicker. 3 years is too long to sit around trying to figure out what happened and hold people accountable. Thank you.
Mr. Lowry. Mr. Lowry. Mr. Lowry. Hello, Mr. Lowry. Or Mayor Jarrett, either one. Could you remind us on the Shell Corporation what the makeup of the board was on the Shell Corporation?
I've read it. I've been listening to Jim's briefings for 3 years. It's the same board from HCAD set on the Shell Corporation.
Thank you. That's the point I was trying to make.
That should be a clue.
The next speaker is Tina Brown.
I find it quite funny that you're letting people talk about the HCAD and stuff, and when this item is about the DA, but whatever. There are a lot of people in this county that need to be held accountable. I want to thank Dave, believe it or not, for saying that they can't do any. You can't tell the DA what to do. That's what I was going to ask if that was even in your scope, to tell them how to do their job. So thanks for that, Dave.
This agenda item is about HCAD. I'll just remind everybody.
Any other speakers?
We have one more speaker, Tim Bolton.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. Good morning, and thank you to the Mayor as well. Ditto all of his remarks, if I can say that. I've studied diligently the findings first by the Mayor and an early version of his Red Book, and I followed it all along since then, as well as the forensic audit by Weaver Tidwell, and not that falsified summary or cover-up by the Chief Appraiser, which has since been disavowed by Weaver. So I urge this panel to request a response from the DA as to his plans to investigate and prosecute the issues related to HCAD, its former board members, and the related wrongdoing on their part, and similar wrongdoing on the part of current and former chief appraisers. I urge you guys to get familiar with Texas Tax Code Chapter 6, especially subsections 6.051 and 6.06. where that wrongdoing is certainly marked as the legal statute and standard that they should follow. The city was wronged, and the mayor has done the heavy lifting on this, and I appreciate that. The county was wronged. I don't know how many, I mean, I see body armor up there. I don't know how many bits of bulletproof vests that we could invest in for the sheriff's department, or how many potholes we could fill, or how many command vehicles we could get for the fire department if only that money was available to you. And from the mouth of babes, I think that GISD was wronged, as well as Toller and Lipan school districts were wronged, along with the children that we serve. The HCAD board was either complicit or asleep at the wheel. Either way, they cannot be trusted to either hold up, I think they're not fit to hold public office, but 1.3 million, 3.3 million, the Shell Corporation, the moving those things into retirement, all of it just speaks of bad governance. Thank you.
Anybody else have any comment here? Well, you didn't sign up to speak, did you?
No, I don't want to speak on the question.
Well, I'm sorry, you have to do your question, Ms. Kelleher. Any commissioner have anything further to say?
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate the person that came up to the podium a couple of minutes ago that points out everything that I may ever consider to be done wrong. But we do not have legal power over the district attorney. He's an elected official. However, we do have the power to make a motion to ask him to do something, and he can either do it or not do it. That's up to him. That's what power we got up here. And I'm going to make a motion that we request a formal written request from the Hood County District Attorney regarding his plans to either investigate this HCAD matter or not investigate it. And I think he owes that to you, the taxpayers. That's my motion.
Is the formal request a letter from us asking him for a response?
Yes, we might as well do
all
that.
right. Yeah, I'll second that, absolutely. Yes, we'll submit a formal request to the DA asking for a response on this matter. Yeah, I'll second it.
One clarification, Mr. Mayor, the last time you were up here, did I understand you to say that the present chief appraiser, Jeff Law, has been very forthcoming with all information about you and giving you everything that you needed since he's taken over as chief appraiser?
He has done that, but I've had to go to the controller's office twice to make it happen. But it's been provided.
But this impropriety that you're talking about, it didn't happen while he was chief appraiser, did it?
Which?
Well, the money that went on to the building and went to the Shell
none of that
Corporation.
happened. He was hired after all of that happened. I mean, it hadn't been an issue. There's been like almost $700,000 returned in the last 3 years. And there's a balance. I have the financials back here right now. There's a fund balance now at the end of the year. I'm just waiting to see how much will be coming back to the entities again.
And what is his position on what you're saying about how much money you say needs to be returned to the 9 different entities that make up the appraisal district?
This is the information that was gathered by Weaver in the forensic audit, and he's not in disagreement with the forensic audit. He just said there's nothing to see here. Well, there was, and there is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So you got the motion made by Commissioner Eagle, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Okay, this brings us to item number 5. Huh? Well, we're going to go into executive session, I'm assuming, aren't we? Do we need to? All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. All right.
And it's not 15.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Be seated, please. Come to order. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All right, it's now 10 minutes till 11, and we are adjourning back into Commissioners Court, and we are in item number 5. So item number 5 is discuss and take appropriate action to reconsider adopting the order of the Hood County Commissioners Court approving amendments to the Hood County Development Permit Regulations, providing for moratoriums generally, and establishing a temporary moratorium as presented as part of the duly noticed public hearing on the February the 10th, 2026 Commissioners Court, may convene into executive session pursuant to Government Code 551.071. Commissioner Andrews. Oh, I thought you said you wanted to say.
He wants to introduce the.
Okay, Commissioner Eagle.
So, put this back on the agenda, take another look at it, and,
Only 31.
Yeah, there may be one or two. But I would like an opportunity to address everybody and go through a couple of things before the open or before the session comments here, and look in on some of this stuff. Last court, we decided the most qualified attorney for development regulations that we've hired to guide us through the development process and what we can do and can't do with Subchapter K. And we got a letter from him kind of late yesterday afternoon, and the question is the Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas, authorized by law to institute a moratorium on development in the county? The short answer, no. The Commissioners Court of Hood County is not authorized to institute a moratorium on development in the county, as the Texas legislature has not granted such authority. I'm afraid that this discussion has gone to the point of the moratorium is our only savior here. I'm afraid that we vested this much into the moratorium, and time again, moratoriums have been shot down by state law. There's an attorney general, here's Borquez, our now attorney that we've hired to deal with these development issues, that tells us we can't do it. They're going to tell you a little story about Chief Justice John F. Dillon in a case back in 1868 brought before the Supreme Court of Iowa. And in this, he delivered an opinion that's since been dubbed Dillon's Rule. Named after him, the doctrine leans on the 10th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, which says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved exclusively to the states' respective leader of the people. So what that says is the state is it is their determination of what authority of governments they grant to the U.S., to the United States, or to sub-jurisdictions therein. Now, the doctrine has been upheld twice in the U.S. Supreme Court in 1907 and 1923, and it's confirming the very narrow authority granted by sub-jurisdictions of the state. And the Texas Supreme Court has long held, going back decades, that counties have only those powers expressly granted to them. If the authority is not written or is not indispensable to carrying out the expressed authority, it does not exist. And it further says that any doubt, any reasonable doubt against the authority resolves against it. So the difference between counties and home rule cities. Home rule cities are granted their authority under the Texas Constitution, and they possess the full power of self-government and look to the legislature not for grants of authority, but only for limitations to it. That's a home rule city, generally cities over 5,000. Counties are not in that. Counties are only authorized what the legislature has passed for them to do in statute. That's we only have the authority expressly granted. Now, in the State versus Hollins in 2020, this is not way back, this is in 2020, the Texas Supreme Court opined, and this is an excerpt from that, the authority vested in Texas counties and county officials is limited. Political subdivisions of the state, such as counties, municipalities, and school districts, share in the state's inherent immunity, but they represent no sovereignty distinct from the state and possess only such powers and privileges as have been expressly or impliedly conferred upon them. That impliedly is impertinent to this discussion. Almost a century ago in Foster versus City of Waco, now again, this is the Supreme Court referencing back to a previous court where this issue has already been stated. It said, we restated. Restated is kind of an important term there. This is basically the Supreme Court saying, we've already told you this, we're telling you again, the general and undisputed proposition of law that a municipal corporation possesses and can exercise the following powers and no others. First, those powers granted in express words. Second, those necessarily or fairly implied in or incident to the powers expressly granted. And third, those essential to the accomplishment of the declared objects and purposes of the corporation, not simply convenient, but indispensable. Any fair, reasonable, substantial doubt concerning the existence of power is resolved by the courts against the corporation and the power is denied. We later clarified the powers necessarily or fairly implied must also be indispensable. So the indispensable is the bar that's set for is this power implied? I dare say we have subchapter K. We have authority to make regulations. Stay inside that and do what we need to do. There is enough authority there to do this. We don't need to go outside of what authority we do have and do a moratorium. In Tri-City Freshwater Supply District Number 2 of Harris County versus Mann, and this is an excerpt from that opinion. We acknowledge the general rule of judicial construction that even a normal municipal corporation, again, this is dealing with municipality, but not a home rule city, but a general law city, which is the same as a county. So that even a normal municipal corporation has only such implied powers as are reasonably necessary to make effective the powers expressly granted. That is to say, such as are indispensable to the declared objects of the corporation and the accomplishment of the purposes of its creation. Powers which were not expressed and which are merely convenient or useful may not be included and cannot be maintained. Furthermore, where powers are granted to a municipality by specific provisions, such powers are not enlarged by general language found elsewhere in the Act. That is a very, very important comment to this. I know that subchapter K mentions, I've got it right here, that the purpose is to protect health, safety, morals, welfare of the people in the county. But those powers are not generalized to an unlimited government. It is specific to the 8 powers expressed in here. there are two court cases that I just read from here that specifically tie to this situation and say Hood County does not have the authority to pass a moratorium. Now, the question comes up, what happens back in 1999 when there was a moratorium put in place by the county? And that was not tested. No court took that up to opine on that issue. So I may or may not have exceeded the speed limit on the way to court this morning, but I didn't get caught. It does not make it legal to do so. There is significant the reason I have struggled with this, I have heard you. There is no doubt in my mind where the majority of people in this county fall on this issue. There's no doubt. My struggle has been, on one hand, I do believe that I am elected to represent the people of my precinct. I 100% believe that. I did put my hand on a Bible. My oath said that I have to uphold the law and the Constitution of the state of Texas and the United States. That is the rule of law. The years and years that I've listened to Ronald Reagan and Rush Limbaugh talk about the Republican Party being the party of the rule of law. And you may say, it's a small point, it's minutia. Throw it up there, let the courts decide. That's what a lot of people are telling me. I would like to point a little bit down the agenda here to number 12. I believe it's 12. 13. Nope. Where's the issue on the, no, number 7. Number 7. I think that we can all agree that this is probably a good idea to put on each of our agendas that a quorum of the hospital district board may be present in commissioner's court. I think we can all agree. We haven't done it for years. It's been that way since the 90s, and we haven't done it, but we need to do it. We need to fix this because it's a point of law, and even the small points of law are important. I am frustrated and dismayed because I feel like I'm taking a principled, ethical stand. I was asked to uphold the law. And order. We have to follow the law. Where are we without laws? Now, here's the deal. I will go with you to Austin and march on the steps to get them to do something to deal with these data centers. That is where this belongs.
Let's have order, please. He's speaking, one speaker at a time.
Last year, we passed a resolution from here. Was it? Yeah, it was before the legislative session last year, that we asked for the legislature to deal with the noise. Absolutely. That's a problem. That is absolutely infringing on the neighbors' rights with their noise. We asked the legislature to deal with that, and nothing happened. I think Helen Kerwin sponsored a bill, and nothing happened from there. It just died. I very much want to go back and revisit that. The noise issue is something that absolutely affects your property rights, 100%.
Water and electricity.
Okay.
Sir,
right.
You're out of order. The next person that burst out here, I'm going to ask you to leave. This is a rule of law here. This is a court of law.
I have, where am I on the data centers is irrelevant. I have to follow the law. I've now been to 5 of these things. I went to, of course, Wolf Hollow or the Bitcoin mine down there and heard that coming out of there, I don't know what you term that, but it's certainly not pleasant, and it's absolutely infringing on the neighbor's rights. 100% I agree with that. I went out to Abilene and looked at the construction going on out there. That data center is not up and running yet. What that's going to look like in the final version, I don't know. It is a mess for construction, absolutely. Roads are getting torn apart, and that traffic is a nightmare down there, no doubt. I went to Irving to look at one, and I spoke on this last time. It was a closed loop system. They said they will never have to change the water in that thing. They will add some acid to it, and if a pipe breaks, they'll have to refill it. And I stood next to the machine on the roof, 5 feet away, and had a conversation. Just unannounced. Now, that one was an announced trip, and I will grant you that. Maybe they prettied it up for that day because they knew people were coming. This past Monday, I drove out to 2 more. I drove out to one in Dallas, and I actually have a video of that. I was standing outside it filming on my phone, talking in a normal tone of voice while I held my phone out here, and you could actually hear a bird. You can hear a bird sing over the noise of the data center. There was a road, highway, a little bit off in the distance, and I turned my camera toward that highway, and you could absolutely hear a difference in the volume of that highway that was, I don't know, a half mile away, and what was going on here at the data center. And I said, okay. I went and knocked on the door. I pushed the button and rang the bell, and somebody came out and said, I said, hey, I'm with Hood County. I would like to talk to somebody about what's going on here. The guy said, it's President's Day. I'm just a tech. The people here to answer those questions aren't here. So I went on to the next one. I drove over to Irving, over off of, I think it was called Longhorn, over off 161. And there were, I believe, 5, maybe 6 buildings there. 3 of them were up and functioning. The other ones were not yet. One of them was actually, there were construction workers moving outside back and forth, and there was a gas-powered generator sitting over there. This was the loudest place that I had been on that property. And I pointed my camera at that gas-powered generator, and it's very noticeable. Perhaps I'll have Christine put those up. I don't want to make this kind of a showing here, but it is very noticeable when I had my camera aimed at the generator going over there and turned toward the data center. I had a conversation in the parking lot of the data center, and it was not loud. Now, I'm not saying that every data center follows that, and I would dare say there's one in Hood County that absolutely doesn't follow that. We've got evidence of that. But I think there are facts out here that we haven't considered yet. The one and I think that we're about to find out, because AWS has now signed a tax abatement with Somervell County, and they moved just south of the county line. Everything that we've talked about, we now have to deal with the AWS one. No control. No, we don't have anything on there to get them to contain sound, to regulate their water use, to deal with their water use, or anything else. We have zero authority of what's going on in Somervell County. But we'll deal with every bit of the traffic, construction traffic. We'll deal with every one of these gravel trucks taking gravel down 144, or down 56, 51 to get down into 67 and come back up that way. We'll have to deal with those things. We're going to have the people here, hotel rooms filled up with construction workers. And I dare say that we need to focus our development regulations on RV parks in a hurry, because we're fixing to have a bunch of them. But we have an agenda item on February 10th talking about recommendations from the Development Commission and what we may be able to do within subchapter K. Indulge me a little longer on this, but March 10th, yes, my apology, yes. I want to be specific with what subchapter K allows us to do, and there is definitely things that we can do within this chapter. Thank you for putting that up. That's easier to read along with them. The specific authorities, if you would, go to 220 or 231, 223. Christine? Yeah, could you go to 231, 223? Yeah, that part right there. Yep. Okay. Again, speaking a moment ago about the powers are not enlarged by the general language found elsewhere in the Act. This is the nuts and the bolts of 231K. This is what it allows us to do. We can regulate the percentage of the lot, the population density, the size of the buildings. You can read that there. There's no sense in me sitting here and read everything for you. We can, the number 5, I believe, has some teeth. We've put this into place. This is already in our development regulations. We do not regulate water or wastewater. We require them to go through TCEQ to get it. That's already in place. There are some teeth here with that, and we've utilized that. We've utilized the drainage facilities. Right now, we make them turn in an engineered drainage plan, which we send off to be checked by our own engineers to make sure that it meets everything. But we require that now. This is already an authority that we use. If you'll go down 7 and 8 there. Okay, 7 parks, Matt's nothing really there. Number 8, the abatement of harm resulting from inadequate water or wastewater facilities. We have this authority. We have it right here. We don't have to go outside of what's legal and lawful to get some teeth into this thing. This is the portion of that we've not utilized to the fullest extent. Our attorney, Borquez, has said that. She said that there is room in here that we can get some authority out of this. This is how we control these things. This is how we regulate this. I'm afraid that we've put too much confidence in faulty governance with the moratorium. Again, there are more cases up here that I can quote talking about this. But that government, if we can construe this type of authority from the general terms of 231K, I think we're unlimited government. I think that we have absolutely come out of the constraints that the legislature has tried to put on us. And that terrifies me, because so many of these things, what could that power have done in COVID? Harris County actually tried it. They had there's another case in there. Harris County stepped way out of election law and started sending ballots to everybody because it was the best interest of what's the health and the safety and everything else. And they were slapped down on that. Government has to be restrained. This is absolutely a core principle of the Republican Party. And I can go through, I think I've got 5 planks here talking about limiting the power of government. We have to follow the law. We have avenues available to us, but we have to follow the law. Thank you.
Is that it?
We got, sir, you don't raise your hand here. We got public participation forms that everybody signs to fill out. This is how we do this. So,
Judge, I'd like to put a point of order here, though, first. I would like, since we allowed Commissioner Andrews to argue his legal brief, I would like to argue mine before we start.
yeah, I'm going to go ahead and let you go ahead and say whatever you want to say.
Thank you, sir. So the theme here is we have to follow the law. Is that the theme? We have to follow the law. That's the theme that I heard from Commissioner Andrews. And we take an oath. When we take office, it says, I, Dave Eagle, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of County Commissioner of the state of Texas and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God. Now, there's also a rule, I'm an attorney by trade, there's also a rule, number 3.1, about meritorious claims. And it says that a lawyer shall not bring a proceeding or assert an argument, to paraphrase, that is not a good faith argument for an extension, modification, or reversal of an existing law. Now, we are in a situation here with what I would describe as a case of first impression. The law is not decided right now on this issue. And I disagree with Commissioner Andrews with all his plethora of case law that he cited that a moratorium is off the table. Law books, and I will point this out too, the law books, Southwest 2nd, Southwest 3rd, all the reporters are full, every case in there is full of this side believes the law is this and that side believes the law is that. That's what you take to the appellate court and the Supreme Court. So Commissioner Andrews feels like the law is certain on his position, and I appreciate that. Very good legal argument he made, actually. And I believe that there's a gray area here with this statute because we're the only county in this entire state that has subsection K. Now, why do we have that? I got to cue up my... You got sound? Well, I'm gonna narrate this since there's no sound. The Brazos River is a 1,200-mile long river that goes all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. There are nearly 36 lakes situated on this Brazos River. Granbury, for instance, Lake Granbury, which we're on the higher end of it.
Waco. Early settlers followed its banks deep into Texas. Follow the Brazos on the map, and you'll see the river that truly runs through the heart of Texas. Flowing entirely within Texas for more than 1,200 miles, the Brazos River is the longest river contained in a single U.S. state. From the high plains to the Gulf of Mexico, it has supported farms, ranches, and historic towns like Waco. Early settlers followed its banks deep into Texas. Follow the Brazos on the map, and you'll see the river that truly runs through the heart of Texas. Flowing entirely...
Well, that's just a little quick video. But the point is this: we are stewards of this environment up here. That's what chapter. And we have to look at the big picture on this. We can't look at what somebody else did somewhere else that's not in context of what we're looking at. We're looking at a first impression situation with these data centers, and right here in Hood County with subchapter K that says the entire county is a watershed. The entire county that feeds into the Brazos River. Do we not have a duty to protect that? So I'm gonna, since we've had a little legal discussion, I'm gonna throw in mine. Article 9, Section 1, the Texas Constitution that created counties. It says the legislature shall have the power to create counties for the convenience of the people. I'm going to repeat that. For the convenience of the people. Counties are public political subdivisions of the state, are created by the legislature under the Constitution, and as such have only those powers which have been expressly granted to it, that's half of it, or part of it, by the Constitution, of the statutes. Got to add that to it. Statutes give us a little bit. And those reasonably implied. Now, I made the argument last time. I'm going to make it again. If you look at, go back to 231, 221, please. And go back up to the purposes. Right here, number 4. I pointed at it. Like she's going to see me. All right. Without adequate development regulations, the area and the watershed will be developed in ways that endanger and interfere with the proper use of that area as a place of recreation to the detriment of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Last court, we had a gentleman stand up here who helped write this 231K, and he admitted right here in open court that we do not have adequate regulations in place at this point in time for the data centers. Right there, I got it right out of it. So we're headed that direction. We're working on it. But these things are coming at us very quickly. And so my argument is going to be that based on, I want y'all to speak because we're going to be here till 4 o'clock anyway. But I am making the argument that we do have the implied power to stop for a reasonable period of time until we can get our development regulations in order. We're the only county in this state that has this authority under subchapter K, and we have the Brazos River running right through the middle of this county. We've got the next lake down from us, by the way, is a Corps of Engineer lake, Lake Whitney. And you can go right on down. You got a BRA lake or a Corps lake all the way down. Now the BRA pretty much controls the water situation, but we need to figure out how all this intertwines with the Corps of Engineer lake, because that's a federal deal. We don't know that. Nobody has had data centers. Nobody has had a situation of the magnitude that we have right now. It's almost as though we are being invaded by a foreign entity. So obviously I disagree with the 2 lawyers that I don't think they've looked. I'm not disparaging these 2 lawyers. I'm just saying I don't think it's been looked in clearly enough, and I think it needs to get down to the courthouse.
Okay, now before we get to the other speakers, I want to put my 2 cents worth in. First of all, we have a county attorney here that's been our county attorney for a good while that's up here to protect your taxpayers' money. And when you go into a lawsuit and you lose, you end up having to pay not only your attorney's fees, but maybe the other side's attorney's fees. Matt Mills looked at it and said that counties do not have the authority to issue a moratorium. Then we asked the TAC attorney, the Texas Association of Counties, which is Jim Allison of Allison McGee, that have been representing counties for 30 years, I guess, and is a lobbyist down in Austin, a very respected attorney. We asked him about it, and he's come up with the same thing. Counties do not have the authority to issue moratoriums. Then we have the law firm that we hired here the last Commissioners Court meeting to look into the development regulations, inspect it, do it, help us with the regulations, and come back. And they said counties, Hood County, does not have the authority to issue a moratorium. Then you have Senator Betancourt and Representative Batten that wrote the law on moratoriums for cities, that wrote Paxton and said, we're very careful in how we constructed all of this, and if we had wanted counties to have the authority to issue moratoriums, we'd have put it in there. We didn't, and we want to exclude it. So we've got these 4 entities that are telling us that Hood County cannot issue a moratorium. But we do have subchapter K that does, and I agree with Commissioner Andrews, that does have teeth, that does have say we got the right to protect the water. And we brought Doug Shaw up here from Upper Trinity Water Conservation District that told all of y'all here that since Sailfish thought that they were going to get the water from Somerville and didn't get it, that their only alternative now was to punch holes in that beautiful land up there and get the water from the Upper Trinity. And like I said at the last Commissioners Court, when they make an application to do an industrial well up in that Upper Trinity, I'm sure that every one of y'all here are going to go down there to the Upper Trinity and protest that. And what Doug Shaw said, that it takes about 1.5 years for that process to work its way through. I do not think that Sailfish will be around in 1.5 years. I don't think the investors are going to wait around. They can't build a data center without water. So we control the water, which is what I think Commissioner Andrews was saying. We control the water. In Fort Spunky down there, they want to build that place right next to the Brazos River. And the runoff, the topography, the drainage, we have that power to say, no, you're never going to do that. That's the conditional approval. You can't do that. You can't submit anything that is going to be able to meet the drainage problems there. That's how we control it. We control it with something legally that we can do. Let me tell you something. You can look me up. I've tried a few lawsuits, lots of them. I practiced law in Dallas for 50 years. Look me up and see if I haven't done that. And I look at a case, and I'm not going to sit up here and beat myself to death if I get people that says I can't do something. I'm going to look for another way to win the lawsuit. The way to win the lawsuit, I just want to ask you that some of us up here live in this county up here. My wife and her family have been here for 100 years. Everybody comes up there and says, how long you do? They have a big sized ranch out here off of Highway 4. Do y'all really think that my wife that I have to go home with every night is really going to be wanting me to authorize the use of all of the water in the Upper Trinity to be used for industrial purposes other than for home use, farm and ranch use, but use it on a data center? That I also agree with people out here that says that the technology is changing so quickly that in 1 year or 1.5 years, it may be totally, these may look like those windmills when you drive out to Lubbock and Amarillo, Texas, that are laying down and half of them are broke, or the the solar farms. The technology may be outdated. It may be outdated in a year. It's just like when a computer, when we first got it. This phone right here has more data than IBM when their first computer couldn't fit in this courthouse that this thing does now. But let's use it on something that we can control. We think we can control the data centers by saying you cannot get your water. We're not going to allow you to get the water. You're going to have to go to, Sailfish got to go, they don't have any other alternative except to go to the Upper Trinity and drill 5 industrial wells. And you know what the process is for that. And Doug Shaw was here and said, is he here? I hope you line up to speak on this and let me know and bear me out on that, Doug. Don't make, you know, so that's what I want to do. So if somebody hired me to defend this lawsuit, I would tell you, I said, I wouldn't really want to be exposing yourself to all the attorney's fees that you're going to have to pay. Let me back up a second and tell you about attorney's fees. I loved it because it's the most expensive game you can play in downtown Dallas. You want to spend some money, and lots of it, get yourself a litigation going on. I'll tell you what happened with the city of, on this incorporation down here on, what's the name of the city? Mitchell Bend. So we get Mitchell Bend. Let me tell you about Mitchell Bend. I got sued by Marathon, so did the county attorney in Hood County and our official capacities, saying we were taken up for the people. And then I got sued by the people of Mitchell Bend because they thought I was taken up for the Marathon people. But the Marathon people and the Mitchell Bend people never sued each other. How about that? I've never been sued before in my life until I became a county judge, and I've been sued in federal court twice in my capacity as a judge. But when Marathon sued to have Mitchell Bend taken off the ballot for their incorporation, they filed an ex parte temporary restraining order in federal court. We had to hire an outside law firm to represent us for 36 hours. We had 36 hours to go to court and explain to a federal judge why their ex parte temporary restraining order should not be upheld. We prevailed. And in that 36 hours, our legal bill was $22,000, which we paid, which we had to pay, and it was worth it because it said, Marathon, you don't get to take the Mitchell Bend ballot, whether they're going to be incorporated or not, off the ballot. And then the election was held, and it did not pass, by the way, and so Mitchell Bend is not incorporated. But that's exactly what happened. That was for 36 hours. Now, you see some of these data centers, I don't know how well heeled all of them are going to be. I don't know how well these investors are going to want to pay a bunch of big attorneys to come down there and do it, but the rates for a good attorney, for a trial attorney now, are like $1,200, $1,500 an hour. You're talking about spending some money, and they're going to spend the money, and with these precedents, how many times are people going to have to say that we can't issue a moratorium? And if we lose, it's not only our attorney's fees, we may be tagged with the other people's attorney's fees. We may be talking about millions of dollars. I'm serious about litigation. I've been in it. And I think by using the law firms that we do have, Blakely Fernandez and this Bojorgeras law firm here, to write the regulations, to use what we do have, that you cannot build all these buildings that drain. How many of you have a home that has a metal roof and pretty big? I mean, when it rains at my house, the runoff on the roof is staggering. And when you have roofs that they're going to build, the runoff is unbelievable. And down at Fort Spunky, right next to the river, you can't have that. And the topography is such. You can do the regulations such that I just don't think they're going to ever be able to do that. But that's the way that we have. I think they've given us the way, and that's the way I think it should go. So when we come up here and tell you, and I vote against a moratorium, I'm not doing this to be mean to you. I'm certainly, when I go home, my wife asks me all the time what's going on with the data centers. You think she wants a data center? She wouldn't sell you a square inch of the ranch. It's been in her family for 100 years. She don't want that. So, you know, we're up here too. We live in this community too. Jack Wilson was a farmer and a rancher.
I've been here since 1977.
You know, our water is so precious, and we've waited so long. Corpus Christi, right now, is in a drought. They're running out of drinking water. Their reservoirs are down to almost nothing. I don't know where they're going to get the water. They've been talking about desalinization for 10 years, and they haven't started anything. They should have been building them instead of selling $300 billion or whatever they sent to Ukraine or whatever. I don't want to get into that, but we could have built a lot of desalinization plants because we've run out of water, and the planet is what, 80% water? This is where we're going to have to go to get water. We're running out of water. So water is what we're going to do. And I am not for industrial use of millions of gallons. The new technology place, like AWS, they got the closed loop glycol system and doesn't use the water. That's what Commissioner Andrews was saying. But some of these plants were still using millions of gallons of water. Who could possibly be in favor of that happening? But will you open yourself up to whether or not you can issue a moratorium or not? God, we just faced with so much black letter law on this. It is a real uphill climb. It's like climbing up a 90-degree angle on the solid ice. You've got all this law that's going to be against you. I wish that Governor Abbott had called a special session. That's what we need. Why wouldn't you call a special session and pass a law and give us counties the power to regulate data centers? That would surely clear it up, wouldn't it? That's what I would like. I wish we'd do that. That's what needs to happen. I think that's down here on the agenda to do that. I'm all for that. I mean, everybody in this room I know is going to be for that. Let's get a special session. Let's get the legislature to give us some real authority to regulate this in the county. So anyway, that's my take on it. So anyway, with that, if anybody, commissioner has it, we got the 31 speakers still out here.
So I just want to mention this to our clerk a minute ago. I have a statement that I'd like to read from someone who emailed it to me. His name is James Matlock. He was also at the Van Zandt County meeting 2 weeks ago where they did vote in favor of a moratorium, 5-0. My name is James Matlock, as the resident of Nacogdoches County, Texas, and I am offering this written testimony as a former Marine, father, grandfather, and Texan in favor of the moratorium on the data centers. Data centers consume 300,000 to 5 million gallons of water per day to cool the servers. They have a 1.7 to 2.4 gigawatt demand on our grid. I commend you in your efforts to put your neighbors' health and interest ahead of corporate profits. A moratorium does not say they can't build here. It merely says that we must be given time to evaluate our resources to ensure that the interests of our citizens come first. I was reminded recently that I took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America 33 years ago. At 19 years of age, I had no idea what I was saying. It took me several years and many conversations with constitutional scholars to fully understand the oath we take. In order to understand the gravity of the oath and the Constitution, you must read and understand the Declaration of Independence and the preamble. The only thing elected representatives are constitutionally allowed to do is secure the blessings of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness of ourselves, Americans, and our prosperity, future generations. I support your efforts to pass this moratorium. Thank you for your time. May God bless Hood County and continue to bless the great state of Texas. James Matlock.
Okay, the first speaker is Brian Glenn.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. I wish I'd known I was going after y'all rather than before was my plan. I would like to make a couple of comments. I think you could go talk to 25 different lawyers and probably get half a dozen this way, half a dozen that way, and a few more other ways that you never even thought of. I think I'd like to quote, I think it was Henry Ford said, whether you believe you can or you believe you can't, you're right. So, development regulations amendments to be considered here today. These are very important, as you all have said, although if they're not in place in time, it doesn't do us much good, but that's the other argument. But these regulations are very important. They are a first step in a journey that must start now and continue if we are ever able to get ahead of this onslaught industrialization of Hood County. This court has demonstrated it recognizes the great need for industrial development regulations. As to the moratorium, also to be discussed today, I would like to start by saying that the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District showed great courage in adopting a resolution, effectively a moratorium, for high-volume water permit applications until the effects can be studied and regulations established. This court also needs to show courage. You must approve the order for a moratorium on this industrial development until, as Trinity Water's resolution says, effects can be studied and regulations established. Today can be a great day to amending the development rules and regulations. Time is needed to study and craft regulations that will protect your constituents who expect you to approve these amendments. I've too often heard, we can't do anything. I'm afraid, we've heard this too many times from this court. Amending the development regulations is most certainly something you can do, something this court can do. It is something that Subchapter K authorizes and encourages this court to do. It is this court's duty to do so in following the will of its constituents. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Hottenbach.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. Thank you for your time. My name is John Hottenbach. I first want to say that if anybody were to take out their phone and Google Van Zandt County moratorium, it'll come up as a green energy moratorium, not a data center moratorium. Anybody could do that. That's real quick. Secondly, a lot of times when I speak to people, because I am actually for data centers, the ears go click off if they don't want to hear nothing else I have to say. Ms. Samuelson, you actually met with myself and my wife. Thank you very much for being a very honorable arbiter for the people in your district. You're awesome. Even though we disagree, you're awesome. Thank you. Being a chemist, a retired chemist, what I would want to speak on is environmental sampling and analysis. The reason I speak to that, and actually I was the person in the first meeting at the emergency center asking Mr. Ryan if they're going to take runoff samples from both before, during, and after construction. He didn't have an answer for that. I'm going to say that up front. If anybody in the county would want to be able to file any type of suit on damages because of contaminated water, they're going to want to have some kind of a baseline sampling to begin with. What that means is you probably want to find a reputable environmental analysis company, have your runoff water tested, have your well tested. Because if anything were to be damaged in the future, if you don't have a baseline, you have, as most attorneys here would say, you would have a hard case in court without that information. Taking environmental samples are kind of difficult because it's so easy to contaminate said samples. It could be a single drop of sweat off your brow that falls in the bottle as you're collecting the water. It's so easy to contaminate. So you really want a reputable environmental analysis company to do so. And I have a few copies of this in the back that I will leave. There are actually two labs that I've used in the past. One of them is actually here in Granbury. CG Labs is over by Aldi's. So if anybody wants to maybe get a sample or at least connect with them in order to have samples tested, they are a reputable lab. Another one is Pressey Labs in Fort Worth. They actually do those kind of samples all the time. Again, I would say you want to have a reputable analysis company to pull said sample. It's not difficult if you know what you're doing, but you really want to have someone who can actually come back and still testify in court saying, okay, this damage was done, that was changed. I actually did try to reach out to Mr. Long a couple months ago, and he actually refused, or not a month, a couple of weeks ago, he refused to talk to me. I was trying to present this to him at that time. So if y'all, everybody else, which is why I came, if y'all want to hear what I have to say, try to get some samples done, so if anything were to change in the future, you have a way to show said damage was done. That's all I came to say. Y'all have a good day.
The next speaker is Kenneth Metter. Judge, Commissioners, my name is Kenneth Metter. I live at 9901 Biloxi Highway. It's the Bluffdale address, but it's in Biloxi. Well, speaking today, this is just a reference here. I'm not going to read verbatim everything that's in here. But when we look at the law, we need to understand that there are two concepts to consider. The letter of the law, which is the written text, and the wording, which spells out actions that are prohibited or are required. So the black and white. Then there's the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is the reason and true meaning of whatever the statute is. So that is our purpose and the meaning of the law. These two aspects line up very well in most circumstances. Occasionally, the spirit of the law can be overlooked when the focus is on the letter of the law. If we only look at the black and white in writing, we may miss something. And so then we have the gray areas. Gray areas occur when something is going on that we haven't experienced before, or that we have to create some regulation because of some unintended consequences of something else. And I was in law enforcement 35 years. Working on the street, you may be presented with a situation that it's really hard to fit that into the black and white, but you have to take action now. We didn't have the ability to just have a legal expert on speed dial to figure out what to do. We had to make a decision. And because we've got other things to do, we've got people's lives at risk, and we have recs to work and all kinds of different things we had to do. Sometimes we got it right, sometimes we got it wrong. The majority of the time we got it right. But it's not an easy job. And so occasionally you have to look into the gray area to figure out what is the best thing to do. And when we look into this, everybody wants to refer to this as subchapter K, and that's all they want to say. But it's Local Government Code, Title VII, Regulation of Land Use, Structures, Businesses, and Related Activities. Subtitle B, County Regulatory Authority, Chapter 231, County Zoning Authority, Subchapter K, Development Regulations in Hood County, Section 231.221. So we've all went on through this. And when you get to 223, that gets into your development regulations. Currently, our development regulations need work. The development board, for some reason, in the late teens, just kind of faltered away. It was done away with. I don't know what happened on that. And we're trying to reinstitute that and get that back on board to get us where we need to be, especially regulating these facilities for industrial use that we've never seen before. We don't know all the things about them. If you go to a car dealership, you know what you're going to be looking for. You know, they change oil for people, so you have oil waste. You have to regulate stuff like that. There's signage that they can only have certain types of signage. These things we don't know a whole lot about, so we need to figure out some stuff. If we enact a moratorium, then that falls within some of the parts here where we want to look at the location, design, construction, extension size, water and wastewater facilities, and what needs to happen on that. Because if we don't have time, then our development commission cannot give you, the commissioner's court, the appropriate information for any regulations that we do need to have enacted to look at these industrial facilities. So you'll have wastewater that's coming out that's contaminated. There are chemicals that are put into the water while these systems are being run. And in doing so, some of those chemicals may not be able to be removed from the water. So with the moratorium, I think we need to look into this gray area and at 223 and 224 to make sure that we allow the Development Commission the time to get prepared and look into this a little bit better and look into what effects, maybe get some environmental effects because of the damage that's going to be done to our atmosphere, and all those pollutants coming out of a power plant will go into the air, settle onto the ground, settle into our waterways. What settles on the ground, rooftops, when it rains, that's going to get washed off onto the ground, into the waterways, and we are responsible for that Brazos River watershed. And I think that the moratorium of 180 days gives us a little bit of time to get some things looked at so we can have a good, clear picture of what we're trying to do. Thank you very much for your time. Next speaker is Jennifer Carrick.
Hi. Jennifer Carrick. I live in Mitchell Bend. Live right down the road from Mara. And every morning I get up and I hear the noise, right? And initially, I came here and I was angry and I had the similar speeches prepared to tell you how miserable the situation is. I'm a disabled combat veteran, 100%, suffer from multiple sclerosis. And I'm homebound mostly, so I hear this 24/7. But I also came here to tell you that I have been sitting and researching and trying to check that moratorium under every subchapter. And I understand your dilemma, your legal dilemma. I also understand the pressure from the senators, and I'm not telling you how to vote, but I'm also telling you that you have the opportunity to help us. You have the opportunity to do everything in your power, from asking them for every impact survey possible with 3 different survey companies. And you have the power to send out surveys to everybody in the community and ask them, would you move if all these data centers are moving into our area? Do you think that is on your mind? And you will be overwhelmed with the amount of people that will tell you, I don't want to, but I feel like I'm being forced to. I thought this was my last train station. Never have to go anywhere again, never have to move again after military service, after everything else. Thought this is it. And now I'm feeling I'm back on that train station, because 3 of those other data centers are moving into my backyard too. After Mara's moving into my backyard, I'm done. Have a little over 2 acres. We have our home. I don't want to move, but we're already looking at property in somewhere in Vermont or somewhere in the middle of nowhere. We're hoping that we're finally being left alone, that we finally have some peace. My husband's willing to drive 12 hours to work if necessary, if it means for me to have my peace. Because this is unbearable. It's psychological warfare. That's insanity. What is being asked of us is insanity. So you need to help us and make it difficult for them, as difficult as possible. Every survey, every environmental control, every possible, ask them for the road impact survey, any health impact survey, anything. That's what we're asking. And then I'm asking you, once they give you that survey, to not just say, okay, thank you, but to have somebody look at those surveys and study those surveys that they bring in. Take your time and let them know we're still looking at it. We're still discussing it. That's the issue. The longer they wait, the more impatient they're going to get, the less likely they're going to be here, because they have investors, and their investors are BlackRock and Vanguard. How do I know that? Because that's Marathon's investors. That's why we lost. That was one of the big reasons why we lost. They have big, big money backers. But we have the law. And we have you as our representatives. And it's important for you to save us. And I mean that with all intents and purposes. 22 a day. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Jim Bell.
Is this good? Okay. I'm Jim Bell. I live in Water's Edge, Precinct 3. Thank you for giving me time to speak. And Mr. Andrews, you've always treated me with respect. You've taken my calls, you've returned them. It's been really good getting information from you throughout this time. And, but then all of a sudden, not that you've treated me any different, but the way you voted, you flipped. And I know there's 2 weeks between these commission meetings and everything. It may have seemed gradual to you, but to us, it looked like you just flipped a switch. So you talk about all this, what's reasonable. You know, moratoriums are temporary, right? The whole point of a moratorium is to engage professionals to look for a solution. We're not trying to kick them out. We would love to keep them from coming in, but that's not the purpose of the moratorium. It's temporary. Have you seen how many data centers are circling like sharks to come in here? And you go to these places and you look at them and you say, well, you stood there, and I get it. Closed loop system and all that. I've talked to more than one of you about these closed loop systems. Well, I'm looking here at the proposal for Comanche Circle, and they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 detention ponds. Everything's identified in acre feet. I had to Google to find out how to convert it to gallons. Those ponds hold 265,894 gallons and 416 gallons if they're full. So where's this? They're not going to use any water. Where's that going to make sense? You talk about subsection K like it's the garage you can go into, you know, we have it, you know. If we can't use the moratorium, if we've got the meat that we can do already in subsection K, well, then do it. We've been kicking this issue around like it was a soccer ball. If we've really got the meat in subsection K already to deal with this, well, then do it. Just do it.
Cindy Highsmith. She left. Bob Slater.
Thank you. I'm reminded of a phrase, we can know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. And it kind of sticks with me because the value of your voters, those people who've supported you or not supported you, as the case may be, is very important. There's a lot at stake here. We've been carpet bombed by real estate venture capital. They have one thing in mind. It's called return on investment. They're not worried about the people. They are worried about what they're going to get out of their investment. And we've got to set that aside and think of ourselves, because that's what's really important. We can go down this list that we have of water, power, public safety, pollution, the grid. There are so many different issues, but simply, as the gentleman just said a moment ago, we need a plan. It's pretty simple. The answer is simple. We can deny, hopefully, all of these applications, but we need to take action, because it's like my wonderful grandfather who once said, the fox is in the hen house, and it's just shredding us. And it's doing that to the people here. Thank you.
Cindy Highsmith is back.
I'm Cindy Highsmith, and I live in Pecan Plantation. And delay. What Jennifer was saying, do everything and they'll go away, because it's the gold rush. And they want to get something in somewhere. They don't care where. That's their business approach. They're doing splat, 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 and wherever sticks, that's where they'll be. So I am in favor of the moratorium, and I took the time to go through and look at the 231 subchapter B, C, E, F, G, J, K, L, down to M, and look at them and see, you know, what was the legislature doing? And so they're trying to protect the rivers and the reservoirs. They're telling us that water is precious and we have to protect it. So I decided that I'd do some deep searching and really look at subchapter L. That's for Falcon Lake. So this is Zapata County. They're down on the Rio Grande, and they're a bigger county than us, but their population is small. It's about 1,350. So it's small, and this is heartbreaking, but their median income is $20,000. They're poor, okay? But they took their subchapter L, and they really, really developed it. And it's 59 pages. And here's the kicker on it. Noise abatement. Do they need money in that county? They need money. But noise abatement, they put the people first. So what do they have down there? They have drilling. So no well shall be drilled, re-drilled, or any equipment operated in any location within the county in such a manner as to create any noise which causes the exterior noise level, which measures at the nearest protected use. That's all stuff. What I'm going to get to is the good stuff. So what they did was they had an inspector, and he would go out. He goes out and he gets the ambient noise at these wells. Okay, before they drill a well, he takes the ambient noise, and then here it is. So they can go 5 decibels during daytime hours and no more than 3 decibels during nighttime hour above the ambient noise. And then when they have fracking there, fracking operations may not exceed the ambient noise level by more than 10 decibels. Backflow operations may not exceed the ambient noise level by more than 5 decibels during nighttime hours. My golly, that Bitcoin operation out there, they exceed by the ambient noise 30, 40 decibels. And you know, you were talking about these data centers that you went to, Commissioner Andrews. I don't know how big they were, but I really spent my time looking at yellow and red because I was so incensed that the people in Mitchell Bend are going to be getting 2 more data centers. And so I really looked at it. And what they have on that schematic there is that they're going to have it 65 decibels. Well, that's way above ambient noise level. So I'm just saying, we need to look at all of this. This takes time. I'm old, I'm sick, but my brain still works, and I'm a reader, and I read through all this mess, and I'm telling you, it takes time. And we have to give this commission time to do their job and to do it properly, and then they can do it properly. So delay, delay, delay. Thank you.
Well, I had a really terrific speech prepared today, but I think I've decided I'm going to save it for 2 weeks from now when we talk about it all again. So I am an optimist, so I don't usually like to talk about what if things don't go the way that I want. And when I say I mean every single person in the county including the commissioners, based on their testimony today. So, but if all of these projects end up going and we decide to relinquish our title as a sanctuary county for the unborn and decide to become a sacrificial zone for the born and unborn alike, I want to be prepared. So when Pecan Plantation becomes a ghost town, I want to make sure I'm vested on my own personal data center project. And so I have retained Mrs. Long here as my legal counsel to make sure I don't divulge anything about what I'm calling Project Pecan. And I know what you're thinking. The mother of 9 does not have a law degree. And that's true, but neither does Paul Betancourt, and that's what we based the entirety of our decision on last time. So. And I was going to say some stuff about Paul Betancourt, about him being from Houston and NRG being based in Houston and NRG contributing to his campaign and NRG being the power company for Sailfish's project Comanche Circle, but I'm not. I'm gonna remain presidential and just say that Paul Betancourt is a total loser. So I am going to start doing a concept plan for Project Pecan here, though. It's going to be 3,500 acres of power plants and data centers. And we're going to get our power from Alberta, actually, what's going to be the 51st state. So I'm just going to draw a line up towards Canada. And then I've decided we're going to get all of our water from the Gulf of America, which once Texas gets all these data centers, we're going to be so rich, we'll probably just rename it the Gulf of Texas. So I'm just going to put GOT right there. And I know what you're thinking, like, Matt, you can't guarantee that you can get natural gas from Alberta and water from the Gulf. And I agree, but that's just like Pacifico, who says they're getting water from AMUD on their concept plan, but now it's not possible for them to get water from AMUD. It's also similar to Sailfish and them wanting to do detention ponds that have a 100-foot elevation difference from one end to the other. It's simply not possible for them to do, yet they are supposedly guaranteed, and I've heard vested, and I've heard retroactive, and I've heard grandfathered. They apparently have guarantees on these plans they submitted that are not possible to build. And so I don't think that's the case. I don't think we should be establishing vested rights on concept plans that have no tie to reality or very little tie to reality. And so I'm gonna put some boxes on here for future power plant generation, which is similar to what Sailfish has also done. They're just like hashed out boxes here. And this is why, according to the Texas Local Government Code 245, vested rights are determined on the initial permit application. Permitting someone to do something, the authority to do something. That's why it's not tied to concept plans. It doesn't say the word concept plan in there. In fact, there was actually more detail on the 22-acre residential development we saw than on the 2,100-acre data center development. I was also going to make a few little notes here in Chinese for my suppliers that are bringing in the battery stuff, which is similar to Pacifico because Pacifico is under investigation by the Texas Attorney General for using Chinese parts in their stuff. And again, I actually think I'd probably put like a giant golden statue of a calf, like right in the middle, maybe with a demon riding it or something like that, because these facilities tend to do stuff like that. I also think it's a little bit suspicious that Clint had a doctor's appointment on the day I was going to submit my concept plan here. So I'll have to take a picture and email it to him. But I do expect an approved with condition in a matter of weeks. So thank you.
Chris Paulson. I went down to Austin yesterday with the group, and I'm going to tell you, I was down there to educate people. I told them about power plants. I told them about water usage. I told them about stuff everywhere. I was a speaker down there, and I enjoyed doing it because I'm trying to protect the state, not just you guys. It's going way beyond here. So I'm down there talking to them. I got a senator that has 37 counties that's supposed to call me this afternoon. I've got to talk to a judge down here that's going to be our next judge in Somerville County because he needs to know more about data centers. He wants to come to me. I got 2 more representatives. Helen Kerwin in the back, if she's still here, she and I have worked together. I've worked with commissioners, courts, and everything else. And Kevin Andrews, Vistra out there, which is Patrick and Andrea Hutchins, that's going to be a chlorinated system, partially open, 65 decibels at the site. So you don't know. All of these are different. When you say this is this, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. So keep your mind open. Life is a paradigm that you can change. So what am I doing? I'm fighting. What do I suggest all you guys do? Write your representatives in Austin, who represents me, write your governor, ask for a moratorium, ask for a special session. It's not just these guys, it's all of us together. So you tell your friends to do the same thing. Now, what am I telling you guys to do here? Well, you know, we got 254 counties in Texas, and half of them are under attack. We're one of the main ones. They want to come here. Fight. I worked at Comanche Peak for about 20 years out there. They came to me and they had this pump, this pressurized pump that kept failing. It pumped like 1 drop a minute of a chemical. And they said, what can we do? We keep having this thing fail. It puts it in an action statement. We can't run the plant this way. Well, they came to me and I said, I'll try to do something with this. I came up with a system that would deliver 1 drop of chemical per minute with a 99% accuracy through adduction, which means it's sucked into a system so it doesn't have to push against pressure, using a rotometer, which is like a ball in a chamber, using thermal conductivity. So when you guys tell me you can't do something, that's bull. That's bull. You can do whatever you want to do. You think laws can't be challenged? And you don't think anybody else in the state of Texas is going to challenge this? Come on. I'm a rancher. I don't even live in your county. And I'm fighting for this whole state. I have spent an inordinate amount of time up here talking with you guys, trying to educate people statewide, and I've given them some really good ideas. And that's why I got approached yesterday to give a phone call to a representative, a senator out in West Texas. So here you guys sit and you think, I can't do anything with the teeth I got. Well, get more teeth. It's going to be challenged. You know, you guys have to figure out what direction you want to go on it. And we were down there with Williamson County, who's being attacked. Round Rock's got like 9 units, and their commissioner's court just goes poof, just let it go. And they really don't have any teeth, but they're not fighting. Some counties are, and like San Marcos used a zoning deal. Van Zant used, what did they use? They used the green power deal out there. So that's not exactly the same. That's apples to oranges kind of. But somebody else is going to change this, and somebody else is going to challenge this. And everywhere I talk, and I go all over. I get phone calls from all over. I get them from media. I get them from newspapers. I get them from Congress people. Everybody is upset and angry. And we need a special session. If you guys aren't calling for a special session, you need to. You need a moratorium. You really do. And you need to look forward. Not only do a moratorium, start your paperwork now to change things. And be transparent with your people. They need to know what's going on. We just basically got Amazon pushed in under our nose on a 581. We didn't know it was coming. Our commissioners court just basically just blindsided us down there. We didn't know about where it was going to be or what it was going to be or anything. That's not transparent. That's not honest. That's just what happened to your CAD. You know, they weren't honest on things. They weren't transparent. That's been going on for years. That should have stopped a long time ago. So you guys got a chance. Your chance is to make a difference. You decide what direction you want to go. I'm fighting. I'm fighting. And I'm 71 years old. I'm not going to live till this challenge hits, probably. But I'm fighting, and I'm fighting for your kids, your grandkids, these communities, these people, and I want you all to fight too. Okay?
Cami Yanis.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. First, I'd like to say to Commissioner Andrews, I know you talked about a lot of precedents that uphold your interpretation of the law. I'd like to point out that's what lawyers do on both sides. They look for precedents that are going to uphold their interpretation of the law. We can even look at one of the longest ones that was just overturned. Roe v. Wade was upheld for over 50 years before it was overturned. It's going to take all of us coming together and standing up before we really know what the law is going to say. So I'd like to start by saying my name is Cami. I'm a born and raised Texan. I'm a top producing DFW real estate agent. I'm internationally recognized by my international brokerage in the top 11%. I have lived and breathed the DFW market for most of my life. My husband and I both grew up in Fort Worth. And like many families, we chose to move to Granbury because it represents a more peaceful and authentic way of life. We recently bought 2.5 acres with the hope of building our dream home, raising our family, and becoming a part of this community's long and proud story. I'm also a huge history buff when it comes to Granbury as well. But today I stand here because Granbury is at a crossroads that could forever change the heartbeat of our historic town. With the possibility of up to 7 data centers and maybe more being built here, we're being asked to accept massive industrial scale developments before we fully understand the long-term impacts on our land, our resources, our health, our identity, and our future. History has shown us that society often embraces new ideas before we understand the damage they can cause. Cigarettes were advertised as harmless, and people were encouraged to smoke long after evidence proved that they were harmful. For decades, lead was added to gasoline and paint. It took years of childhood poisoning and environmental damage before we finally understood the cost. We have seen time and time again how our fellow citizens are left to deal with the fallout when decisions are made before the full truth is known. We are not lab rats. We are human beings. We are families. We are your neighbors. A moratorium will give us a moment to evaluate what is best for the people who call Granbury home. Granbury is known for its character, its history, and the feeling you get the moment you drive into town. That feeling is fragile and irreplaceable, and once it's gone forever. Napoleon Hill once said, "The path of least resistance makes all rivers and some men crooked." Commissioners, the right thing and the easy thing are rarely the same. Choosing to speak out is often the only way to protect what truly matters. History does not remember those who took the easy path, who threw up their hands and said, "Our hands are tied, there's nothing we can do." It remembers those who had the courage to go against the grain when an inner voice told them that something wasn't right. We're not always afforded a second chance to choose the honorable path, but this commission has been given that chance today. If you have even a small voice inside of you that is urging you to take our concerns seriously, please listen. Not to industry promises, not to pressure, but to your people and your fellow human beings. Give Granbury time to understand what multiple data centers would truly mean. Protect the soul, the health, and the future of this community. Please pass the moratorium. Thank you, God bless you, and may God's mighty hand guide your choices today.
The next speaker is H.L. Bayard.
My name is H.L. Baird. I live in 10,000 Edwards Road.
Put the mic up.
Sorry. I'm usually told to be quiet, not to get louder, so. I'd like to thank the commission for letting me address you as a group. A couple of commission meetings ago, we were given an invocation that asked God to make sure that we understood that emotions didn't count, only facts counted. These people are, it's their facts that's running their emotions. And so let's talk about facts. The parallels between the data center race and the dot-com bubble burst and are striking. I took off my reading glasses, holy cow. While dot-com was about connectivity, data centers are about computing. That's where the differences end. Warren Buffett suggests that AI will be transformative. It surely will. But the current investment frenzy is overhyped. He believes that infrastructure being built faster than the demand justifies, mirroring the over-expansion seen during the dot-com era. AI says for venture-backed startups, during the peak of the bust in 2000, the failure rate topped out at 79%. If history repeats itself, Hood County stands to have 4 out of the 5 data centers fail. One that I know, a historical reference that's fact that I know a little bit about was Williams Natural Gas. They, at the turn of 2000, they had a lot of pipelines that wouldn't pass high pressure testing. So they were useless, but you can run fiber optic in them. And so they had a competitive advantage over everybody else. They had thousands of miles of pipeline that they just simply could put the connectivity into. I can tell you it's a long story that went really short. Now they are a natural gas company and a transportation company, transporting natural gas. They were smart enough to know that they weren't smart enough, so they hired some really smart people. And I had the honor of going to their headquarters, and they speculated 5 major keys where the internet was going to go. 2 years later, they were forced to sell the communications division because they got it wrong. They did have that advantage, but they speculated on how it was going to work out. Wrong. Fortune 500 company, lots more money than we're talking here. I'm happy to say that Williams recovered. The Enron thing almost took them down. They were really crippled because of the communications piece and then Enron's collapse. But they are actually one of the largest providers of data or fiber and natural gas to data centers. But they got involved in the frenzy and it almost took them down. That's historical fact. Let's look at what we know about the one we hear the most about is Sailfish. It's no Fortune 500 company. It's an investment LLC. And it's only a couple years old. It has a 1-page website that says virtually nothing. Sailfish is not an also ran in this race or any other race. Sailfish is a never ran. And it's exactly the kind of venture-backed company that failed in the dot-com bust. AI also says data centers are increasingly considered a high-value target for terrorists and extremists in hostile nation states. We hadn't thought about that. So you have 5 or 6 of these. We have family that lives in Pecan. It's a terrorist target. While we often think about cyber attacks, data centers increasingly are seen as targets for physical sabotage, destruction, as bombing plots, particularly as extremists want to disrupt our societal functions. We have actual examples where extremists planned to bomb an Amazon Web Services data center. It was foiled. So let's talk about facts about jobs. We hear about jobs. Well, Hood County has 3.8% unemployment, which is lower than the 4.3 of Texas as a whole. Anybody that wants a job's got a job. This is not about jobs. I think the moratorium would be a great idea because it gives us a moment to stop and pause and look at things like tax abatement. Tax abatements were designed to do one thing, and that's lure somebody to your county. You got two counties, you want it, you're going to give them more tax abatement. You've got an invasion going on here. If you come up with anything at all that has a tax abatement on it, to me, that's an absolute foul. In fact, thank you.
Meredith Bennett.
Good afternoon. And that's one thing that was brought to my, Meredith Bennett. I live on Daniels Court, right behind the Knox Ranch, Project Patriot, probably about 8 miles from Comanche Circle. That's one thing that he just mentioned that I was thinking about was, if we didn't want data centers, why on earth are we offering them tax package incentives, abatements? Everything I've read, these little companies would go somewhere else. So that's a big red flag to me. I hear lots of children in this room, which warms my heart. And I get emotional about this because we are fighting for them. We are fighting for our grandchildren. We are fighting for generations in the future. All of us here in Granbury, Hood County, in every precinct and voting body that voted you into office represent and serve each one of these constituents in this room, children. We want to preserve our legacies we have built for our families and future generations. We no doubt remember at election time the candidates that not only spoke up against these monstrous, resource-sucking, polluting data centers and gas turbine power plants, but their words into action. We want action. You can speak about whatever you feel is right, but we want to see action. And you officials that are not running again, I don't even know why you're entertaining data centers and gas turbine plants. There's nothing good that will come out of it. Voters' number one concerns is higher living costs, and it will eventually cause higher electric bills. Do your constituents want to pay more money to be exploited by these companies? It takes water to live, and data centers and gas turbines will be sucking up millions of gallons of water, and our water comes out of the same straw. Think about that. The same watershed. You stick a straw in it and you suck it out all over this county, so it affects all of us. Noise and air pollution in our backyards, no amount of money is worth it. Who wants that for our children, grandchildren, and generations to come? If you as elected governing body do not want data centers to come to this county, a lot of them, you just refuse those abatements, maybe not Amazon, they'll go somewhere else. Who knows what Sailfish would do? They're little companies. So if you can't do a moratorium, don't offer these incentives. I'm confused about how Weatherford has been able to stop everything and put everything on hold, and it's on the internet everywhere. They've been able to do something, so why can't we? All across the USA, data centers and gas turbines have become a bipartisan political issue. They are getting centers blocked and moratoriums. So what's wrong with us? I'm sorry. It won't just be the current elections that your constituents will hold you accountable for your decisions. It will be the very issue of every future election. Save our community for our kids. There was a little girl, Eva Pyatt, that spoke during the city council meeting. She was maybe 10 years old. And it was put in the paper. And it said, she was the first to speak. She's, like I said, maybe 10. Just because she said, "I'm a child," doesn't mean that she doesn't understand the economic and potential environment impact on such a facility. You are elected to represent us, especially youth who can't vote yet. She said, adding she is concerned about the possible impact of noise pollution. She said she also wants to protect Granbury as a haven away from the big city challenges that would come from the data center. So we have to protect our children, and you have to protect our children, and do some kind of a moratorium, put regulations in place, do something for us. Thank you.
Andrew Walford.
Judge, Commissioners, good afternoon. I'm Andrew Wolford. I live at 2309 Vienna in Harbor Lakes and in the city of Granbury. 4 years ago, I wouldn't have envisioned living here. We had our home down on the Texas coast at the coastal bend in Rockport. And as I've conferred with many of my neighbors, the purpose of our moving here was, like many of our friends and neighbors, to chase grandchildren. And so I've been able to find that Granbury is a very special community, and I'm proud to be a part of it. As a college student, I studied physics and then went on to perform my doctoral degree in nuclear engineering at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I have 40 years of experience in assessing the risk of highly hazardous facilities in the nuclear, chemical, LNG, and oil and gas industries. I'm also widely recognized as someone who can communicate highly complex issues clearly. The purpose of me coming here today to speak to you is to tell you that the Hood County development regulations, combined with relevant state rules, are inadequate for permitting large-scale data center facilities. I base this opinion on my exposure and personal experience with 3 other industries that also went under exponential growth, almost at the frenzy level like we're seeing in these data center proposals. These are the industries of nuclear power, liquefied natural gas, and deepwater offshore oil and gas exploration and development. At their outset, these industries did not simply stretch their existing regulations and codes from predecessors, but rather they mobilized stakeholders from both regulatory and developer sides to define and develop appropriate regulations so that we could perform adequate review and approval of these brand new novel concept facilities. And this was done in order to preserve de minimis risk when continuing to build these facilities. Imagine, if you will, building the first nuclear power plant in America and saying, I'm just going to use these coal-fired power plant rules to do it. None of us would have been happy with that. Our situation, folks, is unprecedented. Here and now, in Hood County, we are at the precipice of entertaining, I believe, 7, number keeps changing, data centers, with only a simple development framework outlined in the residential subdivisions to provide guidelines for their continuance. You, commissioners, are at a hard place. You're being asked and responsible for approval of such facilities with very little information. I would go on to say insufficient information. But you can choose to require it. Speaking as someone who lived his professional life in the numbers, consider the following. One proposed data center project mentions somewhat tacitly the intent to construct 5 gigawatts of power generation. Note well, the entire fleet of nuclear power plants, there are only 2 that even approach that size and capacity, Palo Verde and Vogtle, 4.2 and 4.4 gigawatts. These took 12 to 15 years to build. And that was at a time when we had a mature and healthy supply chain in the nuclear industry sector. Years ago, I had the opportunity to visit and site tour the Seabrook Nuclear Power Station while it was under construction with their 8,000 workers on site. And let me tell you, unless you had to earn a living there, you didn't want to be anywhere near that site at any time of day. Maybe these developers are thinking they're going to build gas-fired power plants in order to meet their needs. The largest capacity operating gas power plant in the United States is the West County Energy Center, 3.7 megawatts. That's near Palm Beach, Florida. So there's nothing built today of the size that is required for these facilities. Perhaps this will be the new brand for Granbury. Best historical small town and host to the largest power plant in the United States. In closing, I may be on a little bit softer footing here, but if you'll bear with me, I wasn't expecting the Commissioner Andrews to brief us on new discoveries and interpretations of the law. So I'm not a lawyer. I want you to know that for sure. I'm not an attorney, although I have been deposed a number of times as a process safety expert witness, and I do know several attorneys have already opined, including also one senator from District 7, on the interpretation of the implied power that you have. And I would just urge you, if the current law isn't working, change it. We live in America. Our law is built on case law, not Napoleonic code. Whether or not you pass this moratorium, fix the regulations.
Thank you. Lori Barton. Lori Barton.
Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak out. I know you're tired of hearing us. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. Is that better? Yeah. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak out, because this cause is very near and dear to our hearts. I respectfully want to tell you that I'm urging you and begging you to pass this moratorium. The laws in our country have been appealed at different times and they've been changed. And I believe in you all, and I believe in the state of Texas. I'm a born and raised citizen of here. I'm native. So I want to ask you to approve that item 5. Upon reinstating the Hood County Development Council, they worked diligently to propose actions recognizing the urgency to protect our rural areas from technology, data centers, gas power plants, which will all pollute our air, water, and drainage and damage the health of us and our families, our livestock, our wildlife. We've just discovered that within probably less than a mile from where they're proposing this out on the Comanche Circle is an eagle's nest. So the Parks and Wildlife will be probably getting right on board with this. There have been aerial photos taken by my niece that has a drone company that's very successful here in town. And so there's all kinds of things that are out there that we're just discovering that need protecting. You've heard all the facts, and we're still coming up with more. Yet you're not representing us and our wishes. I know the law is important. I've lived by the law all my life. Well, I broke it once, but I've learned since then. It's important to us that you not only listen to us and recognize us, but that you take actions. And we are pursuing our letters to the governor, to the attorney general, to our senators, to our congressmen. We come here personally, individually, to ask you to please look out for us and stand up for us. My family is part of the Ben and Monty Wan family that we're 5 generations removed from the original settlers that settled out in the Biloxi Valley in the 1850s. There are so many of us, I tried to make a count. I don't know how many of us are still living on properties, but I can think of at least personally over 1,500 acres that are owned by members of our family. And we're desperate for you to hear us and for you to take action. It's a very personal battle for me and for most of you that are out here. I've gotten up and I've spoken a few times, but in the last couple of times, and I personally have some neurological issues. So to think that this might go in out there when I own 58 acres that I'm dying to get back and go ahead and build on. My sister's already said she and her husband are looking forward to moving back to Hood County and building a home. I have another cousin that she and her husband have plans to build on the hill right opposite of where this thing is going in. I have another friend of family that she and her husband, they live in Pecan right now. And they've already approached me and said, do you know where we can buy some land along the Biloxi River? And I said, well, I don't know. No, I'm kidding. But it's important that you hear us and that you take actions. This country was built on a constitution. The state was built on a constitution that is there as a guide. Yes, it's the law, but it's there as a guide. And it's a guide to help us make the right decisions for our populations. And I know that we're getting a lot of people in Hood County. God bless them. I'm glad there's so many of them here that have moved into this county that care enough to take a stance and to speak our minds. And I adore the people that have the research and the professionalism to come up here and give you the facts and figures. And they can stand on their own, but they're no good. They're thrown out the window if you don't take action. The moratorium is needed to give us time, just like the Eagle's Nest, to learn more about the wonderful nature of Hood County, the Brazos River, and what we're going to lose. Thank you.
Brad Morgan.
Mr. Eagle, I sent an email to you. I don't know if you can get to it. It's actually some of the pictures we took of the Eagle's Nest. So I don't know if you're able to get to it or not. I thought it'd be interesting for them to actually see those pictures. So I wouldn't ramble and take too long. I actually put everything in notes so that I could hit the key points. I mean, you've heard facts. You've heard people beg. But I want to start out with one thing. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I break the law. My gosh, I got a brother-in-law who probably waits for me to speed in this town just so he can laugh at me. You pushed, we follow the law. We got to follow the law. Can you personally, can any of you up there tell me you've never rode through a stop sign, accelerate through that yellow light, broke a law? I have. I was reading some of the goofy laws. I walked into a place that you cannot carry wire cutters in your pocket or you'll be arrested in the state of Texas. I didn't know that, but I broke the law. We have a Hood County attorney. Can you tell everybody in this court that you have never broke a law in your entire life when you were a teenager? I doubt it. So you can't say that. Laws were set up at a time when they put all this stuff in. It was set up for that time. We did not understand what was coming. That's why y'all as a court set up that subchapter K. And now it's time to change that. So going on with my little notes, it said, this morning I was watching the news and I thought it was interesting. They're talking about these driverless cars. But then they turned around and said, it costs just as much for you to ride in a driverless car. That's AI. AI is not helping the community, it's taking jobs away. It's taking jobs away. You look at an Amazon facility, they've got robots that are running around picking everything up. It took jobs away. So you've heard the same stories over and over. Yes, especially over Ron Hughes and Sailfish. I'm sure he's watching. We know that it's going to be destruction of people's property, life, and everything, but very few times have I heard concern of endangered species. The golden cheek warbler, that is a facility. I can guarantee you the golden cheek warbler is there. It is on his property. I spoke once before how we were restricted in bulldozing in certain areas because of the golden cheek warbler, but yet we had rights to our own property to do what we wanted to do, but we couldn't. Just recently, the Parks and Wildlife was on our property, and they were catching and tagging turkeys. While I was talking to them, they said, hey, have you seen any bald eagles? Like, yeah, I've seen them flying around for a while. Just so happened, driving up a road I drive hundreds of times a year, I spotted a bald eagle's nest. And like, I've driven by that 100 times. I've never noticed it. We contact people. I sent pictures and go, yeah, that's a small bald eagle's nest. We had someone take their drone hundreds of feet up so that you could see the image of it. It's a new one. They build on it year by year by year by year to make it bigger. They always come back to the same place. So we have to protect those. In 20 years from the time that DDT was brought up, we didn't know the effects. In 20 years, the bald eagles, the nest, the known nest in the United States was 461. It was on the brink of extinction. We don't know what this is going to do to us. We have to protect them. So some very quick notes. Bald eagles inhabit the Paluxy River. They utilize that area. They utilize the Paluxy River. That's where the drainage is all going to go. So I'm going to try to hurry up so I can get done because I don't want to be called out. So I'm wearing this shirt that says Texas State University. I'm proud of all of my kids. My son graduated from here. He fought to get into school. The James Wan Sports Center, that is my uncle. I am proud to say he is my uncle. But are you going to be able to look into your child's eyes? You going to be able to look in your child's eye, Ron Hughes? Are you going to be able to look in your grandkids' eyes and say, look what I did? I destroyed a community for a data center. We could have stopped this over a year ago had we not allowed it.
Thank you, sir. Your time's been up.
I knew I'd be called on that. I'm the only one you'd stop.
Okay.
So as I'm walking away, I can talk to them and you can ignore me.
The next speaker is Mark Lowry.
Mark Lowry, 3712 Lonesome Creek Road. It is real hard to follow an MIT guy, I can assure you. And Commissioner Andrews gave me a lot of stuff I needed to cover. I'll try to do it. First is courage is not the absence of fear, it's the management of fear. I think it was General Pershing, but to my people that don't like me, don't hold me accountable to that. We're blessed to have Subchapter K. Subchapter K has never been tested in the court of law. And we continue to hear good lawyers come up here and say that, and we've heard lawyers email to us saying it's never been tested. Words I hear is opportunity, time, and courage. We are short on time because of the concept plans were poorly planned and designed. They were deeply flawed, and you went ahead and moved forward with the concept plan. So time isn't on our side. You got to listen to the citizens. If you don't, maybe it's time you just step down, honestly. And I can't believe I sit here because I have respect for your positions and what you do, but it clearly seems to me that you're set in stone on where you're going, regardless of who comes up here and talks to you, regardless of their academic education experience. In fact, sometimes you don't even pay attention to them. The state has done us no favors on this. Last general session, they tried to move forward a bill that would give counties to protect themselves, and it died before it ever got to the floor. So the state's not going to be a help. Our founding fathers wasn't concerned about fighting to get our freedom, nor were our Texas founding fathers. You break the law every time you go into a hospital district. You break two laws. You're sitting on two taxing entities, and you bring a forum together of the county commissioners. Now, maybe you're trying to fix that, but you've been breaking the law every time you walk into that hospital district. You're charged with protecting the citizens of this community, first and foremost. At least pass the moratorium. It gives us time. We need time. None of you understand the environmental impact. None of you truly understand these concept plans, which are deeply flawed. We need time, Judge. We need time. We need time, Commissioner Wilson. We need time. And Commissioner Andrews, I think you're the guy. We need time. You've said the law and you said the product. I went up to Irving, Texas, and looked at that one you're talking about. It's like what? 1/10, 1/50th of the size of what they're talking about putting in our county? I went and looked at it. We don't want that in this county. Certainly not ones that are much bigger than this. The time is now. You can show courage, or you can get caught up in the minutia. Another saying I'll end with: a dead thing will always go along with the stream. Only a live thing can fight it. Please, fight this, pass the moratorium, give us time so we can develop the Development Commission can pass regulations and we can protect ourselves. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rachel Jacobson.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Jacobson. I'm standing here again this morning, or this afternoon, on behalf of many citizens of Hood County are asking you to do something simple and responsible. Pause. Not permanently, not out of fear, but out of stewardship. This afternoon, you'll have an opportunity to put the moratorium on these data center developments. And respectfully, 6 months is really not even sufficient. The original discussion of a year was far more realistic given the scale and the permanence of what's being proposed. If we are truly going to gather data, consult independent experts, evaluate infrastructure, and answer serious questions before us, we need adequate time to do it properly. We don't even know if our emergency response systems, if something drastically happens with these facilities, if they come to fruition, if we can even respond. These are not small office buildings. They are industrial-sized facilities operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they require enormous amounts of electricity.
They consume extraordinary amounts of water, and they introduce constant industrial noise. And once built, their footprint is permanent. So let's talk about water. That's a big subject. Texas has only recently begun to move towards requiring large load customers, including these data centers, to disclose their water usage, because historically there's really not been a consistent statewide tracking of how much water these facilities are using. Think about that. Every homeowner in this room is metered. Every business is metered. Every single one of you is metered. Why were they never metered? How were these massive operations not uniformly required to transparently report their water consumption? In a state that cycles through drought, where water aquifers matter, and where private water wells matter, where agriculture matters, the lack of consistent tracking should concern every single one of us. Once these aquifers are drained or depleted, we cannot vote these back to health. Once these wells run dry, the damage is done, okay? And that's only one of the issues that we have. We still need clear, independent analysis on grid strain, long-term reliability. Will residential ratepayers shoulder the cost? So are we going to shoulder the cost? What happens during peak demand or these extreme weather events that we have had? We have serious concerns about tax abatements. That's been mentioned. I won't go there, but that's a great red flag. Are we trading these long-term stabilities for short-term promises and projections? Do we overpromise the jobs justified by this infrastructure burden that's being placed on this county? I think we are. A moratorium is not anti-growth. It is not anti-business. It is pro-accountability. It says that we will measure before we cut. It says that we're going to study before we commit, and that we will protect what we permit. If these projects are truly beneficial and they are truly sustainable, then this one-year moratorium that we're asking for to get long-term health of Hood County and to see what's going on here and how it's going to really affect us, if they cannot stand after a year or 6 months, whatever you decide, then that should give you enough pause. Leadership is not about speed, it's about foresight. It is about having the courage to say not yet, not until we're certain. In previous meetings, citizens have told you that you can choose which side of history to be on, the right or the wrong side. That may sound dramatic, but that's what's happening across Texas. This is historic. Rural counties are being asked to absorb infrastructure demands that did not exist decades ago. So you have a choice. You can move forward quickly and hope that the concerns work themselves out, or you can slow down, as we're asking, gather the facts, and ensure that any decision made is one that you will stand by years from now. Please put a meaningful moratorium in place and make it long enough to truly do the work. 1 year is reasonable, given the magnitude of this decision before you. Do not rush this. Do not gamble with our water. Do not gamble with our grid. Do not gamble with the future of this county. Choose stewardship, choose prudence, and choose the people that you represent. Thank you.
Next speaker is Scott Clayton. Scott Clayton. Then Nanette French Bearden. Annette French Bearden. Brian Crawford.
Good afternoon, Judge Messengill, County Commissioners. I'm Brian Crawford, Somervell County. Adjacent to and downhill from Comanche Circle Data Center. I've been up here a lot of times speaking, along with a lot of other people. I spent the last, what have we been here, about 3.5 hours or so, making notes on my phone. I've been debating with myself whether or not I was going to even get up and speak. You called my name and the pendulum had swung to, okay, I'll speak, I'll say something, I'll try to. I hope my points aren't too just disjointed today. You know, Not much else can be said, really, about the invasion and, dare I say, explosion of data centers and power plants. You've heard all the negative impacts over and over and over. Some are really frightening. Before today, I assumed you were all listening. But Commissioner Andrews, the 5-10 minutes that you spent talking about some of the places that you visited were completely irrelevant and had no comparison to what's happening in Hood County, sir. You say at one point that you are fundamentally against the data centers and even what they may do to our county, but then you spent 5 minutes being an apologist about, well, they're not so bad. I don't understand which it is. The trigger word is data centers, it seems. Let's not forget about the power plants. They are really the big concern for me. They're the polluters. They're the drinkers of our water. Let's just not forget about that. Most of these places you visited don't have power plants associated with them. And I'm really frankly tired of hearing what this court cannot do. How about what you can do? What can you do for these fine people standing behind me and the hundreds, if not thousands more that can't be here? And Judge, I guess my takeaway from your comments were you're just waiting for these data centers, or at least most of them, to die on the vine. Maybe they'll just go away. Why not be a little bit more proactive? With inaction, you risk something happening that you may not in your heart want to happen. Please be proactive. You've heard a lot of people talk about, or a few people talk about, the positive impacts, presumably from the developers who would never overpromise or over-exaggerate the goodness of data centers. And clearly, some of you may be listening to them. And that circus that occurred here 2 weeks ago, in the middle of proceedings, immediately before a vote, was shameful. A letter written by a senator from Houston of all places, was brought into this courtroom like a get-out-of-jail-free card. My takeaway on this was that a sigh of relief from this court. This is our way out, this letter. You've heard from attorneys on the other side that have clearly argued that the court does have a legal means to control these dangerous developments. But you know what the will of the people is. Not just the will of the people in this room, you know it's the overwhelming will of this county and surrounding counties. I ask you to honor the will of the people, and I ask you to honor your oath to protect the people of Hood County and, by extension and virtue of Subchapter K, the citizens of the great state of Texas.
Next speaker is Mac Bennett.
Judge, Commissioners. Mac Bennett, 3530 Daniels Court. Just wanted to come up and say my piece about this data center deal. I took your advice, Judge. I went to the Upper Trinity meeting last week. You guys should go up there sometime because they're actually an open book. They don't do no secret squirrel stuff or anything like that. They just, you know, they care. We have 2 representatives from Hood County on it. They care about what happens in Hood County. One of the things that they did pass a resolution up there that anything over 50 million gallons of water a year will have to have a geo study and a thermal study before a permit will be issued. So one thing about, I mean, I found it very enlightening.
How about clapping for that?
Yeah. You know, they worry about the resources just like everybody else in this room. And, you know, and if you look at another aquifer that's out in West Texas, Taylor County, they have a data center that's online, and I looked it up this morning and stuff. Since 2022, they have used 4.6 billion gallons of water. So that's only 4 years, that's how much water they've used. And that data center is half the size of the ones that's being projected here in Hood County. You know, now you've got Stargate fixing to go online. Stargate is 3 times bigger than the one that used the 4.6 billion gallons. So they're worried about the Oklahoma aquifer up there, wondering what kind of damage is going to be done. Because you can even take Hood County right now. I know you're a rancher, Judge. Right now, my ponds are so low, I'm having to supplement water out of my wells and stuff because I ain't got no water for them to drink out of. But I think that you guys ought to really look at this. I know you say you can't do that. I also read Miss Swasson's stuff last night. You know, if we're gonna if you get sued, you get sued. That's the way of the world anymore. I think anybody in this room, if we had to start a GoFundMe page, we'd actually throw in that to help pay for the lawyer bills. So, but you know what? Don't be afraid of what's going to happen because it's what if, what could have. You know, we just need to look out for the future of Hood County. Right?
Molly Tanner.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Molly Tanner, and I'm 14 years old, and I live on Meadowood Road, just off of Rickabaugh. I have 4 siblings, and we live on 10 acres. Genuinely, I just don't want a data center less than a couple miles from our house, and neither does my family. I have an 8-year-old brother and a 11-year-old little sister who I love to play with outside, jump on the trampoline, ride our 4-wheelers, go down to our creek, and fish. I know you've heard this a ton, and I know it gets annoying, but my concern is my health, my siblings' health, and the wildlife. And I feel as a teenager, I shouldn't have to worry about that. I love nature, and I love to step outside and hear the birds. But what is going to happen to the birds when construction starts? What's going to happen to the bunnies running through the yard? Where will they go? These are things my family and I enjoy. My brother plays football, and we're always outside practicing. I play sports too, and so does my little sister. To play sports, we need energy and sleep. To do regular, everyday things, we need sleep. I have been informed that this data center is going to make a lot of noise, which doesn't help sleep. If these data centers go up, we are going to have to move. I'm going to have to leave my house and my friends just because y'all made the wrong decision. This has caused a huge amount of stress on my family, and I know my neighbors. If you were in my position and my family's position, how would you feel? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he said it was good. So why change it? Why would you ruin it? So take the time to think about why we're doing this. Please take the time and research some more. Thank you.
Jeff Stevens.
Jeff Stevens, and I'm a neighbor to that awesome young lady. I was the guy last time that said at the end of myself talking, I said, "You've woken a sleeping giant." And that's been pretty obvious. So, Judge and everybody, you've mentioned the water is the way to fight. So the water is the reason to have a moratorium to study it more. Let them turn you down, whatever. Let them do what they do. But fight it, delay it. As everybody has said, I cannot add a word to what everybody has said, all the legal and reasons why we don't need this. But you do have the power to delay it and muck it up all you can so they go to the area of least resistance. Thank you.
Laura Kemp. Laura Kemp. Alan Kramer.
Afternoon, court. Fellow Hood County residents, and there's some guests in here, I see. Thanks for the opportunity to speak again. My name is Alan Kramer. My wife and Teresa and I just moved here now 3 months ago. And I've already been here to speak 3 times. I've visited one other time. It's important. I'm a rule follower. I believe in rules. I believe in the rule of law. But I'm still going to respectfully ask you as a court, well, first I want to thank you to reconsider it, but I'm going to ask you to adopt the moratorium, to adopt a meaningful moratorium, and I think meaningful means 12 months, not 6 months. "12 months provides us with sufficient time to adopt clear, objective, and legally defensible development standards before any major approval is committed to. This is not about stopping growth. I said that the last time I was here. It's about responsible stewardship. I believe you 5 are the stewards for our county. I had a really, like Matt said, I had a really good speech written, and I changed it all while I've been sitting here. I was privileged in my career to get to speak in front of the STB, the Surface Transportation Board, a few times. And one time I brought a book, and don't take this the wrong way, but the book is titled How to Lie with Statistics. And the premise of that book is I can take a number and I can give it, or I can give you data and give it to each of you, and we can both argue the opposing views of that data. And we can win with the same data. It's the same with the law. I don't envy you in your position, but you did decide to run for these offices. As elected officials, I know you sometimes get a little bit of unwarranted ill will directed at you. I've seen a little of that today. I recently decided when I moved in to run for the board of our owners association. And I know I'll get some ill will if I get elected to that position. Elected officials get that. But that's not a reason to decide not to do what's right for the people that who elect you. And each of you, by choice, I don't know if it was your own or your spouse's or your children's, but by choice, you ran for office and you got elected And you got elected by these people. So now I'm going to tell you, I think you need to do what's right and steward the resources of this county. We moved here because of the recreation that we thought Hood County was going to provide. I don't want to see that go away. And as many people have said, we don't know what's going to happen with these AI data centers. It's moving so fast, we can't comprehend. That's part of AI. In fact, the developers, they only want their ROI right now. They don't care what happens in 2 years. They're just the developer. Let's take some time and study this. Thank you all for your service.
Tina Brown. Tina Brown. David Cook.
I think it's afternoon, but thank you for the opportunity to be here today. First of all, Judge, thank you for not calling my name after Molly. What a great job she did today. But my name is David Cook. I'm a state representative for House District 96, and I'm here because the decisions before you are not abstract policy decisions. They are about the future of Hood County, the protection of our natural resources, and the trust your constituents have placed in you to act when challenges like this arise. Across Hood County, residents have spent countless hours learning about the scale of these proposed industrial developments, multiple large data center projects, new power generation, and related infrastructure that together could and probably would fundamentally reshape the landscape and resource demands right here in Hood County. Growth has always required stewardships, and you've heard a lot about that today, I realize that. And that's why the legislature, quite frankly, enacted, in my opinion, Chapter 231, Subchapter K, which I know you've heard a lot about today. It's a statute that's written specifically for Hood County. I know you've been told that many times today, but it's very unique that Hood County has its own statute and, quite frankly, the purpose, which I want to get into just a little bit later. But I just want to give special attention to the unique importance that Lake Granbury and the Brazos River had in passing Senate Bill 709. The legislature's findings and purposes are set forth in the Act. Subchapter K 231-221 says legislative findings and purposes. The legislature finds that, number one, all of Hood County is located within the watershed that drains into Lake Granbury and the Brazos River. And item 3 says orderly development of the area and the watershed is of concern to the entire state. And number 4, without adequate development regulations, the area and the watershed will be developed in ways that endanger and interfere with the proper use of that area as a place of recreation to the detriment of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Subparagraph B, the powers granted under this subchapter are for the purposes of, number 1, promoting the public health, safety, peace, morals, and general welfare, and number 3, safeguarding and preventing the pollution of the state's rivers and lakes, which has also been discussed today. 231-222 says that the subchapter applies only to the unincorporated areas of Hood County, which again, in my opinion, gives great deference to this county and to this court's authority. Section 231.227, the Development Commission. The Commissioner's Court may appoint a development commission to assist in the implementation and enforcement of development regulations adopted under this subchapter. And so when you look at some of the considerations that this court could consider, one would be withdrawing any conditional approvals that have been previously granted. Under 231.224, the court, as previously said, has the ability to develop regulations that are in accordance with the county plan for growth and development of the county, and number 2, coordinated with the comprehensive plans of municipalities located in the county. In my opinion, that's what this court should do, is appoint the Development Commission after writing an ordinance with regard to the Development Commission. This county has in my opinion, has authority, much like a city council, based on subchapter and special K, chapter 231 and special K. And most counties do not have that authority. This county, in fact, has it. It was passed in 1999 and was given specific authority to protect the lake and the river here in this community. And I would implore that this Commissioners Court use that authority that has been given. Previously, as you all know, in 1999, the legislature passed this bill, and not too often that bills get passed unanimously, but this bill was passed unanimously both in the House and in the Senate and took immediate effect in June of 1999. In November, 5 months later, this court, obviously prior to each of you serving, but this court then took that action. They passed development standards, and then they appointed a commission which is nothing more than a subcommittee that was able to then study those regulations and implement and execute that plan. In my opinion, that's what this court should do. You should withdraw any provisional accreditation or approvals that you previously have granted, do your development regulations, appoint the committee, and move forward. I believe that that is a workable plan, and you have, as was stated earlier, it's not case precedents, but in my opinion, statutory authority, you must give meaning to every word when you're talking about statutory interpretation. It's one of the first things that you learn in law school, and when you talk about statutory interpretations, is that if there's not definitions provided, then you use the plain meaning, right, Judge? I mean, I know you know that as a lawyer, Commissioner Eagle, and it's common sense. If there's not any definitions given, then you use the plain meaning of those words. But I believe that is a workable plan, and the Commissioners Court before did a 4-month moratorium. So you have, while it's not precedent, you do have a presumption of validity because it's happened before. This court has given a 4-month moratorium in the past. I would encourage you to do a 4-month moratorium. If you're not completed with your regulation standards by that time, then do another 4 months. And then do that until such time as you have the development standards that are in place, and at such time that you have a committee that's been appointed to execute those divisions and those provisions that the Commissioners Court deems appropriate. This will also give you time if you seek to elicit an Attorney General's opinion with regard to the authority under Chapter 231, Subchapter K. That would give you plenty of time for that to happen. Obviously, the legislature will be back in session in January of 2027. That too could be another remedy. But I would encourage the court to take those steps, take the opportunity to utilize the authority that has been given to you under the plain meaning of Chapter 231, Subchapter K. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I appreciate what you guys do. I know it's not an easy job, but I want to just say thank you for the time that you've allowed me to speak today, and I appreciate what each and every one of you do. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Mr. Cook, got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
You've heard a lot of talk around here, and probably some of the other meetings where people, in fact, you're aware that the Republican Executive Committee, the State Executive Committee, passed a resolution to ask the governor to call a special session on this issue. You knew that, right?
Yes, and the author of that resolution, probably sitting in this room, I don't know who was earlier, but the SREC member for Senate District 22 was the author of that resolution.
So the simple question is, what are the odds? Let's get down the nuts and bolts. And I know you can't predict what the governor is going to do, but what are the odds of that happening?
I would leave that there's only one person that can make that decision, and that's Governor Greg Abbott. And until he makes a call, then it's not happening. Until that call is made, if it's made at all.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you coming in.
You bet.
Representative Cook?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Some in the room might not know. What is your training by background?
I'm an attorney. I've been licensed since 1997, and I've practiced law ever since, and not quite as long as the judge here, with the 50 years of experience, but I've been practicing since 1997.
Thank you for your great counsel. I appreciate that.
You bet. Thank you for the opportunity.
Next speaker is John Loper.
Commissioners, thanks for hearing me out again. This is good to see y'all. So we've already heard many hours of testimony over the last two sessions about which way people think this should go, especially in regards to environmental or water concerns and whatnot. I'm not an attorney. I'm just a voting property owner out there at Pecan Plantation, but I have taken the time to read some of these laws, particularly subchapter K, which we've pretty much beat to death at this point. I've also read the Attorney General's opinion and the cases cited in that, and I want to focus on a narrow issue here, the legal structure and the legal consequence. County Attorney Matt Mills is doing exactly what he is required to do. His responsibility is to advise this court of the most conservative of the most conservative litigation posture possible. That is appropriate and responsible of the county attorney. But the most conservative interpretation of your authority is not necessarily the only legally defensible interpretation. So we already know about subchapter K, which we operate under, and that is not a generic authority. That is a very special mandate that was placed on this court by the state of Texas. The defensible portion of the order of what y'all are going to be voting on today is before you. I'd like to draw attention to the specific 6-month watershed-based temporary suspension in Article 10, limited in scope, forward-looking, protective of completed applications, including a waiver process. If the county were ever challenged, which we don't know that it will be, but if it ever were challenged, the question would not simply be, do counties have a general moratorium authority? The question would be specific to Chapter K and whether the Special K permits allow a narrowly tailored temporary suspension necessary to fulfill this court's watershed obligations. That's a closer legal question than what it may first appear. And I would respectfully suggest this. If this temporary pause is not adopted, applications will continue to be vested under current regulations. Once vested, those rights are extraordinarily difficult and often impossible to unwind. We all know that. Regulatory leverage narrows, which is our concern with your Judge Massengel's approach. The opportunity to update rules before development of this scale proceeds may not come again. This could be a one-time thing potentially. This is not about fear, it's about timing. Subchapter K gives this court responsibility, but the responsibility without the ability to pause and evaluate a moment like this becomes purely reactive. If there's discomfort with the language that appears to authorize moratoriums more broadly, that can be clarified and narrowed. A 6-month watershed-based suspension can stand on its own without asserting general moratorium authority. This is not a permanent prohibition. This is not anti-growth. This is a temporary pause to ensure that the development of this scale proceeds under regulations that are adequate to protect the watershed that this court has a statutory duty to safeguard. The question today isn't whether development should occur. I understand the concern about litigation. I really do, and the costs and the consequences of that. But declining to act does not eliminate legal exposure. It simply shifts it to when and how much, it simply shifts that of when and how that exposure arises. The issue is whether this court believes subchapter K imposes the responsibility to elevate development of that scale before rights fully invested.
The next speaker is Jordan Schmidt.
I'm a native Texan. I became a homeowner at 26, 5 years ago. I have an engineering degree. I have a real job. Today's the first day this year that I've taken off work. My beautiful bride and our 1-year-old son are here because our representatives are failing us. I'm asking you with your decades of experience to not give us excuses, but to give us results. Use your expertise, leverage your knowledge. We pay thousands of dollars every year in property taxes. We've done it 5 years here. And on our meager slice of less than 1/3 of an acre, yet the data centers get 10 years without property taxes for thousands of acres. Can someone make sense of that? How do you other homeowners feel about that? Will your home be bulldozed by eminent domain? Will you have to sell your home that you've worked for years at a loss, uproot, buy a worse house at a more punishing rate somewhere else? So raise your hand if you moved to Granbury to escape a city overrun with corrupt politicians that made it unlivable, that made it unaffordable. So would you have chose to live in Granbury if thousands of acres of beautiful land would be permanently ruined for noisy, ugly complexes that consume our limited freshwater supply and electricity? Hey, everyone remember that freeze-mageddon we had a few years ago? So, and by the way, these data centers, no one's explained what real benefit of them is it, other than paying some people off. What tangible product will they make that benefits us citizen taxpayers? So they'll put toxic batteries in our soil by the lake for intangible numbers on a computer screen. Is that a good trade? Anyone here experience having to boil contaminants out of their tap water? Will the consequences of water waste and toxic batteries be placing yet another burden on the backs of future generations? Maybe y'all are too old to care. So, why permanently tarnish the charm of historic Hood County, Granbury, Texas? I thought we lived in the celebration capital of Texas, not the sellout capital of Texas. Again, these data centers, this Trojan horse that no one can explain, what is the ultimate purpose of these things other than surveilling us and looking at all of our personal data, looking at our movements? No one's really fully explained that. It really is like it's a foreign invasion that's been foisted upon us. So maybe they hope they wouldn't notice that we're being sold out for an oligarchy. So water and electricity are public utilities. The only thing that seems to be public, though, is the risk. So of long-term cost of the pollution, the drought, electricity costs, the eyesore, the surveillance on us, all the profit and power for the tech oligarchs surveilling us. So much could go wrong, such as the AI bubble bursting, and we, the tax-paying citizens, will be left with the cost. We'll be left with the cost of the drought. We'll be left with the lake going dry. We'll be left with the cost of whatever poison they do to our environment, the pollution, the land being removed that we should be occupying. This is our living space. We are not being represented. Granbury is for the heirs of the children of the Alamo defenders. Commissioners, face the people who will outlive your terms in office. Are you going to be heroes or villains? Citizens of Hood County, choose your own side. Use multiple strategies to stop these AI data centers before they do permanent damage. We're going to take up space. We're going to be heard. You're going to have to deal with us living here. I am so proud of my real neighbors. I'm so proud of you, our community.
The next speaker and the last speaker for item number 5 is Jennifer White.
So my name is Jennifer White. I live in Pecan Plantation. Thought about not speaking because it's obvious some of you have made up your mind on the moratorium already, but you're going to have to listen to me anyway. Judge Massengill and Hood County Commissioners, thank you for letting me speak today. I've come to many commissioners' meetings in which members of your community have voiced their opposition to these data centers, and in some cases begged for you to vote yes on a moratorium. I've listened to ranchers who have land that has been in their family for generations ask you to hear their plea. I've listened to all age ranges of people concerned that their way of life is being threatened. It breaks my heart, and it should break yours. I am appalled that at the last meeting, all of you, except Commissioner Samuelson and Eagle, thank you, led a letter from a state representative who obviously isn't even aware of Subchapter K and isn't even an attorney, sway your opinion at the 11th hour. I've been a nurse for 25 years. I have tried to live my life doing what is right and standing up for the people who don't have a voice or are not being heard. That is why you've drugged me from my seat today to address all of you. Except for Commissioner Eagle and Samuelson, you don't appear to be listening. I've had the privilege of being a hospice nurse for many years of my career, and I can tell you that we will all face a day of reckoning, where we're forced to look back on our life and ask ourselves, did I stand up for what was right? What is my legacy? How will I be remembered? Now is a moment of truth. I implore you to decide to have courage and do the right thing. As the Van Zandt County Commissioners proved, a moratorium is a plausible option. I understand that was not for data centers, but it was a moratorium. And may I add that Van Zandt County does not have Subchapter K available to them like we do. They took seriously the risks to their community that these projects have. They pointed to the Health and Safety Code 121.003 that Commissioner Eagle has brought up many times. I quote, the governing body of a municipality or a commissioner's court, that's you, of a county may enforce any law that is reasonably necessary to protect public health, any law. I would say it's reasonable to halt these data centers until more studies can be done. I live in Pecan, and if all these data centers pass, I'll have 8 or more power plants within a 12-mile radius of my house. I'm sure that that will affect me and everyone else's health. This reminds me of a story in the Bible of David and Goliath in 1 Samuel. Goliath, a giant of a man, had taunted the Israelites for 40 days. The Israelites were full of fear and ran away from Goliath. David, when delivering supplies to his brothers, couldn't believe that no one would stand up and fight. David went out to battle with only a sling and stones, and he prevailed. These data centers are our Goliath, and your stones are Subchapter K, the Health and Safety Code, and your community's concerns. Be courageous, be our David, and pass this moratorium.
Yes, I do. Gosh, so many great speakers, so many great points. It's obviously very important to all of you. Bringing your, it's almost 2 o'clock, and this young couple is here with their baby. They've been here all day. So I want today, Ms. Yance brought up that there have been changes to stated law. Roe v. Wade was overturned. Earlier today, we had engineer Mr. Deed with an exceptionally complete concept plan for a 22-acre housing development. Mr. Wolford, who's left now, but noted that one of the data centers is 5 gigawatts power plant that is larger than the largest one in the U.S. And that's just one of the 6 data centers that are proposed in Hood County. And then I want to again thank Representative David Cook for his great advice and counsel. Yes, Van Zant their moratorium was about green energy. But this is based on the technology that are in battery energy storage systems, which I submit to you will be in every one of these data centers that they'll be co-located with the data centers in Hood County. And as Ms. White pointed out, Van Zant County does not have subchapter K. The point is, it's been almost 2 weeks since Van Zant County took action, knowing ahead of time that there was a letter from a senator to this court. The threat from Senator Betancourt was known on Wednesday when they voted 5-0 on their moratorium. So there comes a time when we must stand firm, honor our convictions to ourselves, to our families, to our community, and above all, to our Creator. In 2020, we witnessed many brave individuals question arbitrary and capricious rules. One of those was our very own County Attorney, Matt Mills. Today, my friends, we need that same resolve and courage to protect the health and safety of Hood County. We are at a turning point. Not only here, but across the state of Texas, rural Texas is facing a surge of large-scale industrial developments for which we are not prepared. These projects pose risks to water availability, increase noise and air pollution, and threaten the security of our electrical grid, and with the non-compliance of Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. And that is, if you look at Van Zant County, that's the point of their moratorium. This is happening statewide. Van Zant County acted 2 weeks ago. Hayes County is taking action today. They may have already, their court's probably over hours ago, but they took action today. Kerr, Kendall, and Gillespie counties formed a 391 commission that achieved results on February 4th. Yesterday, I spoke with officials in Hayes and Delta counties, and they confirmed what we already know: rural Texas is under assault. Counties are not equipped to handle multiple industrial developments that endanger public health, safety, and the integrity of Texas waters and the Texas grid, resources that we are sworn to protect. Again, I'll just remind you, 8,000 acres in a county of 70,000 people is the equivalent of 5 Houston NASA Space Centers in Hood County. We know most, if not all, of these industrial developments include battery energy storage systems. It is well documented that 90% of BESS facilities in the U.S. use lithium-ion batteries supplied by CATL, the technology that Governor Abbott has prohibited. We cannot put our infrastructure at risk. Texas law is clear on our duty to safeguard the health and safety of our residents. In addition to the Health and Safety Code, Hood County has specific responsibility in Local Government Code, Chapter 231, Subchapter K, which states, without adequate development regulations, the area and the watershed will be developed in ways that endanger and interfere with the proper use of that area as a place of recreation to the detriment of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. The powers granted under this subchapter exist to promote public health, safety, peace, morals, and general welfare, encourage recreation, safeguard and prevent pollution of the state's rivers and streams, rivers and lakes. I cannot remain silent while the very essence of Hood County is its recreational nature. Its health and safety is threatened. I was elected and entrusted to protect families, ensure safe roads, provide law enforcement, emergency services, and promote the public health, safety, peace, and general welfare. The proposed moratorium is neither unreasonable or overreaching. It is deliberate and time-bound, designed to allow Hood County to develop regulations consistent with Subchapter K and ensure compliance with the Lone Star Protection Act. As Representative Slauson stated in her letter to Attorney General Paxton, this Commissioner's Court has, quote, duly vested authority under Subchapter K. I, too, swore to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the state of Texas. This court has a duty and obligation to protect the watershed that drains into Lake Granbury and the Brazos River. And as Representative Slauson emphasized, no doubt all would agree that in the ensuing 3 decades, protecting our limited water resources has only become more critical, not less. The moratorium is just asking for time to allow this county to abide by the laws that are in place and on the books in black and white. Inaction is not an option. Fear is not an option. Courage is required, and few will answer the call. I'm here today to answer that call. Not just for Hood County, but to the great state of Texas. Rural Texas is what makes Texas, Texas. If you change rural Texas, you change Texas forever. God bless Hood County. God bless the great state of Texas. And with that, I make a motion to adopt the order of the Hood County Commissioners Court, checking boxes A through J on page 3, approving in amendments to the Hood County Development Permit Regulations, providing for moratoriums generally, and establishing a temporary moratorium as presented as part of the duly noticed public hearing on February 10th, 2026, Commissioners Court.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Samuelson has made a motion to reconsider the adopting of the order of the Commissioners Court, approving the amendments and providing for moratoriums as presented. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of things. Again, I'm back to what is the constraint on government? What could have been said about COVID? Commissioner Eagle, you stood strong during COVID, that the government didn't have the right to shut down our businesses, to tell us to wear masks, stand 6 feet apart, and take a jab. And the reason they didn't is because of the specified powers. We are turning over. This is an extraordinary case. I agree with that. I am 100% willing to go in and modify our regulations. That's on the court on the 10th. Let's fix the problem. But a moratorium is not the way. There is too much evidence out there. And this is not fear.
Let's have order in the court, please.
This is not fear. I'm not afraid of a lawsuit. I can't, yes. Do I live my life perfectly and never break a law, never run a stop sign, never speed? No, I can't say that. But does integrity matter? Does integrity mean something? The law is pretty clear on this. I have listened and listened and listened to everything that everybody has said. I have tried to find a way to support this moratorium. I guarantee you it would be much easier for me to walk out of this building today, carried on y'all's shoulders because I did what you wanted me to do. And I would love to do that, but I can't bend my integrity, and I'm not casting aspersion because somebody sees it differently than I do. Please don't think that I'm there. But my integrity says that I have to follow the law.
All right, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Aye. Nay. The nays have it, 3-2. And with that, we're going to take a break. We're back in session at 10 minutes after 2. We're on item number 6. Discuss and take appropriate action, instruct the county attorney to seek an attorney general's opinion regarding Texas Local Government Code 231.221 subchapter K, and whether Hood County possesses any implied power under the statute to effectuate the purpose of the statute beyond the express provisions of 231.223. Mr. Mills, you've already asked the AG for just that, haven't you? So I hear a motion to pull this.
Yeah, motion to pull it.
Second.
I think you have speakers, so.
Well, if it's pulled, we don't have to have speakers on it, do it? Isn't that the rules? That's moot.
We've set off for, he's setting off for 5 different opinions.
Yeah. And the people that have already here, they're already gone anyway.
Oh, there's,
Were you wanting to speak on it? Me? Yeah, wait, okay, all right, I'm sorry.
no, I think Mr. Sutton.
Who signed up to speak for it?
Two people did.
I don't know who you are, sir, but anyway, this Kenneth Metter, I know he's gone. Jim Bell, I know he
left.
I know Ron Sutton. Ron Sutton, okay.
I'm back.
Alan Kramer. God. All right. I thought that if we pulled something, but we might as well, let's just go ahead and be all inclusive up here. Be brief. You know what this guy was trying to say this last time? You were trying to say this. Figures don't lie, but all liars can figure. Is that the essence of what you said? I've heard that all my life from El Campo, okay? Figures don't lie, but all liars can figure, right? Give me statistics, and go ahead. Ron Sutton.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Ron Sutton. I live in Pecan Plantation. I want to thank y'all for the service that you do for our county. And I know that every day y'all get up thinking what opportunities that y'all are going to be given to do even more for the safety and well-being and quality of life of all the citizens of our great county. And I thank you for that. And I appreciate the comments this morning about our strong position on water. And Judge, I think you mentioned the need for us to be able to call a special session. And Commissioner Eagle mentioned moratoriums. I appreciate all of that. I would like to mention that Senator Brian Birdwell, ever since COVID, has been pushing legislation where the legislature can call special sessions. And I think that'd be a great thing. I think that the water issue, the control that counties have over water, is probably the strongest arrow that we have in our quiver of defenses against unwanted companies and technologies coming into our county. I also believe that Subchapter K can provide more arrows to protect our natural resources, our quality of life, our beautiful landscape, wildlife habitat, and property values. We've heard about Senator Betancourt's letter. I do not believe that Senator Betancourt knew about Subchapter K, or he thinks that Hood County will never do anything with it. I believe that all authority not specifically given to government belongs to the people. I believe that this court can put teeth into Subchapter K, and perhaps one of these days, one of those teeth will be moratoriums to use as a tool for time to evaluate. I will close with this. The second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence begins with perhaps its most famous line. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This statement echoed in the writings of English philosopher John Locke. Locke claimed that in the state of nature, individuals possess the right to life, liberty, and property. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Alan Kramer.
Yes, sir. So I'm back up here again. More positively, I knew that the previous item was going to be a difficult one, and I knew it was likely going to turn out the way it did. But I just wanted to positively reinforce you guys and say, regarding item 6, your people will support you in pursuing the county attorney seeking an attorney general's opinion. But just remember, it is an opinion. And you guys that are all lawyers, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a logical thinker. Y'all know that attorneys' opinions diverge. They're not always the same. And it all depends on what side of, I'll say the aisle, or what side of the lake you're on. But get that opinion, because getting an opinion that will prove to you that subchapter K is something that you can use, that's going to be good for this county. I just want to also say, I'm from Houston. I moved here. So I used to like Paul Betancourt, and I liked him when he was in his lane as a county tax assessor. He is not a legal expert, and I hope y'all don't put much weight on his opinions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next speaker is John Loper. He left, I think. Yeah, Loper left. Okay, and the next speaker is Mary Jo Blumquist. She just left. Okay, so that's it. Yeah. I thought our rule was. Jim Bell, we haven't heard from you today yet, have we, sir?
Oh, come on. Well, I had some notes over there, but somehow it walked off during the break.
Dog ate them.
I'll give it an old college try. Commissioner Andrews, I have a great deal of respect for you. Please forgive me for what I'm about to say. I printed out subsection K yesterday, and I went through it, and it struck me that we're identifying it differently, you know? I mean, section 231.221 is underneath subsection K, not on top of it, and we've been quoting it like subsection K was a piece of that, and it's not. There's 9 things underneath it, 9 statutes. One of those statutes says that if Hood County, and this all applies to Hood County, establishes a regulation that's stronger than current statute, that the stronger regulation holds. And I know Dave Eagle mentioned that before. And if it establishes a regulation that's weaker than current statute, then the stronger regulation holds. Okay. Last Commissioner's Court, Mr. Andrews, item 10, you expressed agony over having to make the decision on item 10, and if I remember correctly, item 10 was moved to the bottom of the list of the agenda. But when it came time to vote on item 10, you voted for it, even though that item was the item that you expressed your angst about. But when this issue came up, like our previous issue, you voted against that. So I was confused. But personally, I think this section, this item 6 on the agenda here, I think it's a waste of time.
I think we're procrastinating, like I said in my first talk today. I don't think we're getting anywhere with that. I really don't. And as far as the Attorney General, who's now running for the Senate, as far as his opinion, I don't care a little bit. A little bit. I think I see what's happening and everything like that, but to some of my colleagues and myself, we think this is being kicked around. Like I said before, we think this is being kicked around. It keeps being kicked over here and kicked over here and kicked over here. Nobody's ever grabbing it and doing anything about it. If you really believe that subsection K has the strength in there for us to do something about it, like I said before, please do it. But this is the second time I've seen this vote go like this on this very same issue. Now, I'm not a gambling man. Gambling makes me nervous. Well, I'm really not good at it anyway. But if I were a gambling man, I wouldn't give you odds of being elected dog catcher now.
That's the last speaker here, so that's been pulled. So we go on to item number 7. Yes, you go. Of course.
So as y'all mentioned, I did send off for it. I sent all of you a copy. If anybody in the public wants to read that, I sent that yesterday. And this is slightly off topic, but I just want to come back to something that was in my email to y'all last Friday that was kind of lengthy. But the moratorium that was just voted on was not retroactive. It was a going forward, so it was not touching the 5 existing applications. And it was a 6-month. What has been proposed by the Development Commission, which I weighed in on in the email last Friday, is a possibility to have a more meaningful and permanent solution to data center issues, and that can be taken up on March the 10th. And the reason that I feel like it's a way better solution, in my legal opinion, is that it's rooted in the express powers of Subchapter K. So Subchapter K does not give express authority for moratorium, but it does give express authority in the first item under 223 for regulating the percentage of a lot that can be developed, which, I mean, I applaud whoever came up with it. It's creative, but it actually is rooted in what the express authority is. And if you adopt that rule, you can go permanent. That's not a 6-month, pause kind of thing. That's a permanent kind of thing. And I think it has a really good chance of surviving scrutiny and, scaring off anybody who wants to be able to come in here with a data center. And I would further, just for food for thought, I know this is slightly off topic, a lot of people, even some speakers today, have expressed more concern about power plants than data centers. And I don't know, the ins and outs of all these things, but the proposal is data centers. You might think about data centers and power plants while you're at it, but that can be approved March the 10th, and I feel like you're, again, rooted in the authority in Subchapter K to do it, and it's permanent. So, I mean, I think help is on the way. It's just not today. It's in 2 weeks, and it wasn't enough time to put it on the agenda and put it in the paper and all that kind of stuff to make changes. But basically, you can make changes to the rules and still do your Freeze and Nichols study and do a super in-depth change to the regs from top to bottom and do that, 8 months from now or whenever. But you could stop the bleeding now in 2 weeks for any future power plant data center proposals indefinitely going forward. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, and I did send that in an email last Friday, but of course the public doesn't read the emails necessarily that I send y'all. So that's
just you realize that data centers can't exist without power plants.
Well, the Amazon, I mean, there was already the power plant, right? And so, I mean, but
unless they're going to co-locate with an existing power
Right.
source, they have to have a power plant.
Right.
Because that's one of the things
Sure.
that happened last legislative
Right.
session was bring your own power for these
Yeah.
massive power using.
Right, but of course you can have a power plant without a data center. So, you know, if you're concerned about noise, pollution, water, et cetera, for a power plant, then, you know, you can at least consider putting that in there, you know, for March the 10th.
And I think what we put in the paper was broad enough to cover all that.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't see what was in the paper. Has that already run, or it's going to run, or I don't know?
Yeah, it ran Saturday.
Ran Saturday. Okay, so, I mean, I feel like I can, whatever my little opinion is worth, I feel like I can bless that because, again, it's rooted straight from the law of subchapter K. So,
thank you.
Anyway, that's
Think
whatever it's
about
worth.
this. Now that we're going to get to, on these dues to develop, since we've got the Economic Development Commission that have done their draft of what they're proposing for the rules, it's time for you lawyers to sit down there, and I'm saying you lawyers, you, Blakely or Bajoris,
right,
one or both of them to do it, whatever you think, and with Friesen Nichols, with the engineer, and with Clint. We have enough, and that's the professionals that need to look at those rules and see if you can put the teeth into it so we can have something to vote on March the 10th.
Right.
You five.
Right. Okay.
And the commission has done their deal. We've got their
They're not,
input.
no, they're not done. That was just their,
Well, they
here's
might
what
meet
my
again, but
proposal-
they
It needs
propose
to get down to where the lawyers and the engineers are doing the technical stuff, something we can vote
Right.
on.
Right. So
Okay.
anyway, well, I mean, whatever is going to be the eventual draft proposal for the 10th, I'd be happy to look at it. But I did see what I received from Christine about the vote from the executive or the Development Commission the other day. So, I mean, I feel like that's a creative way to.
Well, then with you and the Bajoris law firm,
Right.
if that's the one that they actually voted
Right.
on to look at that, and the Friesen
Nichols.
Nichols engineer,
Right.
y'all the ones that need to look at it
Yeah.
and to put it into something
Yeah.
that gives us the
Right.
law
Yeah,
on something we
I'll
can
be happy
vote
to
on.
do that. Happy to do that. So,
All right.
Anyway,
Good deal.
That's all. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, good. Item number 7, discuss and take appropriate action to add the following wording to the bottom of every Commissioner's Court agenda. Quote, notice of quorum of the Hood County Hospital District. I'm going to just say one thing. Since the hospital district was created in 1996, the Commissioner's Court, all five of them back then in 1996, always constituted 5 members of the 9-member board. So since that period of time, every time the Commissioners Court meeting was held, there was a quorum of the hospital district. I think this is a good idea to have it, but I can tell you what, I guarantee you for 7 years and 2 months that there's never been any county hospital district business discussed while any of us were up here doing county business. That's 2 separate total entities, and the whole purpose of that was to not violate the Open Meetings Act so that you get a quorum here. So none of us ever do it, but I think this is a good idea to do this. But who put?
I did.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
so.
Well, good. You want to make a motion?
Yeah, so this has bothered me ever since taking office due to the legislation, as the judge mentioned, that requires all 5 of the Commissioners' Court to sit on the hospital district board, which there are many AG opinions that say that elected officials are not to sit on 2 taxing entities at the same time. But for that legislation, every time we hold Commissioners Court, there is a quorum of the hospital district board and vice versa. So it will be on the hospital board, district board agenda this Friday. There are times when there has been business that arises, like when we were last year or 2 years ago when we were asking for a change to the makeup of the hospital district board. So this is just a simple addition at the bottom of the agenda, just so that there's a notice of quorum. It's Commissioner Andrews mentioned a few hours ago. I was going to say minutes, but I think it was a few hours ago. So with that, make a motion to add the following wording to the bottom of every Commissioners Court agenda: notice of quorum of the Hood County Hospital District.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. A motion carries unanimously. Okay. 8, discuss and take appropriate action to consider conducting a safety briefing at the beginning of each Commissioner's Court. I'm going to say this. Jeff Young has been to every Commissioner's Court that I've ever been here. It's only been one other time at some other, I don't even know what it was, COVID? What was it? Oh, was that the only other time? That, and he
had an assistant, fire marshal here then.
Yeah, so, but always other thing, this guy's doing a great job. He's always here. He's going to be here. This is normally a big crowd for Commissioners Court, okay? So we don't have any safety issues at that time. We can all get out if there's a fire or even a shooting or whatever. We always have the sheriff here with us on the deal. But you're going to always be here just like you were this morning. I'm going to be sure to always have you, as long as I'm here, to give a warning when all of us are here right at the beginning up here to let us, like you did this morning, where the exits are, 3 clearly marked exits, everything else. You've always done a good job. Keep doing a good job on the deal. So,
All right, so I put this on the agenda a few weeks ago. We had a training session with TAC, Risk Management, and I think, I don't know who I was there. I think Commissioner Andrews was there. Was Dave there? I don't remember. And Jack? I think Jack was. Oh, was the judge there? I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. We were all there. And
violated quorum.
Had a quorum there.
I mean, had a quorum down there. We didn't discuss any county business.
We do have a great safety record, and I want to commend and thank all the employees of Hood County for that. The fact is you never know when emergency will happen. Just as an example, I have a family friend whose adult son was out coaching his kids' softball team. He's about 40-year-old in great shape. Just came from a CrossFit session. While he was coaching his son's baseball team, he had a heart attack. No one knew where the AED was. No one knew how to use it. No one knew CPR. And by the time help arrived, it was too late. He spent 2 days in the hospital before they removed life support. So you just never know when something will happen. So at that safety training that we had, the instructor asked, what can you do to improve safety? So I'm looking at Mr. Harrell because he and I both grew up in railroad, and it's an outdoor sport. Every single meeting we had a safety briefing before it. So I mentioned that at the training, and it's really just a simple, I mentioned it to Melissa, just a simple laminated card that goes over specific topics. Judge mentioned some of them already, where the exits are, what do you do in case of fire or other emergency, tornado, a shooting. I didn't think about that, but I guess that could happen. And also what to do, who's responsible for CPR, who's responsible for going to get the AED, just so that it's not left up to anyone in the air, just up in the air. So I mentioned that. I'd like to ask Ms. Welborn and our risk management director, there she is, Ms. Kendrick, to just put together a little laminated card that could be read at the beginning of each Commissioner's Court, similar to what Jeff did today. Thank you for that. Any comments, discussion?
Who do you want to read? You want Jeff Young to read it?
I think that'd be fine. Whoever. All right. So with that, oh, do you want to? There you are.
Yeah. So if I may, in our current environment that we have right now, when we are packing out the courthouse and we have 200 people that are not regulars here, I definitely see where it is prudent to give briefings as to where the exits are and how to get out and where the AED is. In a crowd like this, if something were to happen in here, I could turn around and tell the 15 people, go that way, without creating too much confusion. Between the sheriff and I, I'm sure we could evacuate everyone in here. I know where the AD is. He knows where the AD is. We can handle that. But when there's 215 people in here and you can't get from this side of the courtroom to the door, that is very pertinent information, I think. So when we're at those capacity crowds, I think I've stepped up and done it twice already without being asked. The other time was at the EOC when we had way too many people there. And I see where that is a prudent announcement for people who aren't regular to that. Smaller crowds, it's important for them to know, but I don't know that doing a safety briefing before.
So are you opposed to doing it at every court? Is that what you're saying? You don't think we need it?
I am. I think it takes up time that we don't need.
And
Our risk management
if we have the
direction
10 or
was-
12 regular people who, normally in court, when we don't have a packed house, the 10 or 12 people, it's going to be like being on an airplane. I don't take my headphones off when they're doing the safety briefing on an airplane because I've been on one a couple of times. I think it's just going to be 3 minutes of time that I'm going to take up, pointing to exits and no emergency lighting on the floor kind of thing. But I'm completely at your beck and call. Whatever you'd like me to do, I'd be happy to do it.
That's what I'm thinking. It's just like how many of us has ridden on planes so much that when they come on to just that safety, we tune it out. We've already putting our headphones on and doing something out or putting a magazine on. It's more effective by having you and the sheriff here that when we need it, we need it. When you speak to it, it's going to get everybody's attention. But when it's a bunch of people in here, we're going to do that automatically.
Yes, sir.
That's
Either way, I'd be happy to do whatever the court's wishes are.
It's just really important to me, and I'm sure to others, that the safety of the public is that they understand where to go if there's a fire, who's going to be in charge of AED, or who's going to start CPR. I think it's important to do it every time, and our risk management folks agreed. So you can vote against it if you want, but I'm going to make a motion to ask our emergency management coordinator, Margaret, and also Melissa Wellborn, who's our risk management coordinator, to just put a little card together with the safety briefing that can be read at the beginning of each commissioner's court.
a motion been made by you to do, that's your motion. You have that motion down, Christine?
I'll second.
I would like to consider maybe putting something just up on the screen that shows the exits or whatever and say 3 exits, get out of here that way, AED out in the hallway maybe. With that,
I mean,
just kind of make an announcement, hey, here are your exits.
Well, yes, well, I mean, the problem with that is if you just say AED, then there's not, and this is coming from my background, you need to have a designated person that's going to go do that, and it might not be the same person every time. What if Jeff's on vacation? So, okay, we spent enough time on it, so. Okay, so the motion.
These meetings are not lasting long enough anyway.
Most of the time.
Statement. They're not lasting long enough, are they?
Okay, so the motion was to ask the two emergency management and risk management to put together a laminated card with the instructions for the safety briefing to be read at the beginning of each commissioner's court. And Dave seconded it, so.
Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Nay. So how did you vote on nay? 3-2. Did you vote? How did you vote? Up. So 3-2. So it passed 3-2. So go ahead and do all that. Item 9. Discuss and take appropriate action to adopt a resolution on the establishment of additional data centers in the state of Texas and call for a special legislative session following a resolution unanimously adopted by the State Republican Executive Committee on February the 7th of 2026. All right. We're all for that. Okay, Kenneth Metter. He's gone, isn't he? Kenneth Metter. He's gone. Greg Harrell. Who's he? Alan Kramer, you going to hang around and speak on this too?
I'm not going to speak. I just wanted to present myself as the author of the resolution that went before the SREC on February 7th, passed unanimously with 2 abstentions. So if you have any questions, I'm available to answer those. I think the resolution that you're taking up is kind of based on the resolution that we drafted for consideration by the party. So I don't have anything to present other than just make myself available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Good. Then, who is Michaela? Oh, yes, on 13 West Grove Court. It's Michaela, oh, yes, 13 West Grove Court. No? Okay. Alan Kramer. God, we haven't heard from you. I'm glad you haven't been here 6 months. If you'd been here 6 months, you'd have been talking.
Yeah,
You've been conducting this meeting here.
These are addictive. I love them. So expect to see me more. Thank you again. Thanks for listening to and hearing your people on all these different matters. I think I just heard Mr. Mills say something in item 6 that works with what I was about to say here. I just urge us to be careful when we're considering a broad resolution that's tied to statewide policy without first exhausting all of our local regulatory authority that's granted to us. And I think what I heard Mr. Mills say is that subchapter K, although it doesn't authorize a blanket ban, it does authorize adoption of development standards, and that we're going to pursue those. I think I heard him say March 10th. And so I just want us to continue to move forward on that. You know, and you've heard from plenty of us, and you all live here too, none of us really know what is going to happen in the future with these things. It could be good. I don't know that it's going to be bad. I have a feeling that it's not going to be good, and I have a feeling it's going to be bad, but I don't know that yet. And so I think that, you know, taking time to study is the most important thing, and to use what tools that we have. So remember, I believe that you guys chose to be elected, and that y'all were elected to be our stewards, each and every one of you, and we appreciate that. And we want you to continue being stewards of these resources that you have here. Thanks.
The judge will laugh at this one, but in the essence of time, I'm not going to read all of this. It's on our website. I again want to thank Mr. Harrell for drafting the resolution that the SREC adopted unanimously. This, at the very end, I'll just read the very end. This line here, that the Hood County Commissioners Court calls on Governor Abbott to expeditiously call a special session of the Texas Legislature to address the rapid growth of data centers, and then it lists a lot of reasons why. So it also says copies of this resolution shall be transmitted to Governor Abbott, the Lieutenant Governor of Texas, State Senator Brian Birdwell, State Senator Bob Hall, who's been very active in grid protection for probably, 15 years at least. State Representative Shelby Slauson, State Representative Wes Friedel, who's also been outspoken about what is happening in rural Texas. The Public Utility Commission of Texas, ERCOT, the Texas Water Department Board, and the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District. And I'm also going to send one to Representative Cook. So with that, I make a motion to adopt the resolution on the establishment of additional data centers in the state of Texas and call for a special session of the legislature.
Can I make one point? Christine, can you go up to number 4 right here? Yes. I'm a little concerned that is going to require more county resources specifically to counties. And again, it doesn't, we have a lot of border around here and we've got subchapter K, but Somerville doesn't, Erath doesn't, Parker County doesn't. And I would rather see these things come from a legislature statewide instead of necessarily just pointedly at counties. I don't object to the language, but I think I would rather see it be a statewide.
Harold, this came from your, can you?
It is statewide, isn't it?
It is. And what this is asking the legislators to do is to allow the counties to be able to say, hey, we want to participate in the water questions that are related to data centers. We want to be a participant in the energy use decisions that are part of these data centers. And so all this does is just say the counties will have an avenue to speak into those decisions. That's it.
Okay, and like I said, I don't disagree with the idea. It's just, are we going to have to hire somebody now to go out and monitor noise?
No, that's not the intent at all. The intent is really to empower the counties and the other governing bodies that don't currently have a voice. Like we're experiencing, well, we have the subchapter K, but a lot of counties do not.
Right.
And so the legislature needs to give the counties, as a matter of fact, the reason that we're in the mess that we're in here in Texas is because these corporations saw Texas wide open. You cited the Dillon rule, which is correct. And so we're wide open. So what we're trying to do is to bring that under control.
All right. With that, I'll second the motion.
Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Congratulations, unanimously passed, 5-0. Okay. All right. 10, discuss and take appropriate action to transfer a used Tahoe from the sheriff's office to Mission Granbury to support serving Hood County, and I make that motion, Sheriff. Mission Granbury needs it. You don't need it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, thanks to you guys, we're getting some new vehicles. Their vehicle broke down and they work hand in hand with the SART team, with Mary Flores, and we need help. She needs help when somebody does make an outcry for law enforcement of getting them up to the hospital for a SANE exam, say some reason like that. So we've got a used Tahoe that actually Mary was driving. And so when we get the new cars in the next couple of weeks.
Makes perfect good sense.
Then, yeah, I'd like to be able to turn that over to Mission Granbury for them to use.
All right, I made the motion. Do I hear a second? Second. All right, motion been made by Judge Massengill to transfer used Tahoe from the sheriff's office to Mission Granbury to support serving Hood County, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimous, Sheriff. Okay. All right, thank you. 11. Discuss and consider for approval the installation of a sidewalk along the south side of the animal control facility. All material costs, including concrete, reinforcing steel, will be fully funded through animal control donations, and labor will be provided by road ops, headed up by Todd Tuggle. Is that right?
That is correct. So Kelly had some surgery, minor surgery last week, so I told her I didn't know what time this would come up, so I'd handle it. She's been wanting to put a sidewalk around the south end of the building for quite a while for people that
when the animals are out in the pens out there running around playing, that they don't actually have to get them and take them out unless they want to get more close to that animal. So she's been wanting for a long time to put a walkway around there. So with her money that comes from donations will be what pays for it. And Road Ops was going to head all that up to get it done, and we'll pay for it out of that donated money.
Well, thank you, Todd. That's a good deal. Good deal. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the installation of a sidewalk along the south side of Animal Control Facility with all materials, or all costs, including concrete and steel, funded from the animal control donations and labor provided by Road Ops.
Second. Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Anderson to go ahead and build the sidewalk around animal control with the donations from the animal control, which they get a lot, actually, and Road Ops to provide the labor. Thank you, Todd. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Sheriff. All right, 12, we're taken care of. 13, review evaluations for RFQ 2026-03, P25 radio consultant, take appropriate action to select radio consultant. Okay, we got one speaker, Mark Lowry.
Mark Lowry, 3712 Lonesome Creek Road in Granbury, Texas, Hood County. Thanks again for allowing me to speak. We got to work better with the city. When this deal was announced, I think 3 years ago, the contract, I was encouraged by it. I thought, you know what, it'd be nice if we start working together, the same resources, force multiply on resources and solution that affects both the city and the county. Unfortunately, now we're pursuing another pathway because we cannot get an agreement on administration issues with the city. Now, that's my understanding. If I have a different understanding, please reach out to me because this is going to impact the county going forward, and I do live here and pay taxes. My understanding, this pursuit will most likely cost taxpayers over $1 million, plus or minus, and still not resolve the issue fully. We've got to communicate together. Law enforcement needs it. Emergency response needs it. Technology-wise, we've got to work together. The contract must have been ill-conceived at the initial stages. We must rectify this matter with the city so we can get the right solution without costing taxpayers more money. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tillman.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. The radio consultant RFQ closed Monday, February 9th at 10 a.m. And as you can see, there's 6 total submissions, and they were evaluated by a committee of 5. The firm's background qualifications, the firm's availability and dedication to Hood County, technical qualifications of key personnel, verifiable relevant experience, understanding of the project, thoroughness of the approach, and clarity of the response for the criteria. And as you can see, Truck Communications Group was the leader in the scoring, 85.8. The next 3 were within 1.5 points of each other. Federal Engineering, Drew Bridge, and Tusa Consulting. We do have a special called meeting set up for March 9th for the interviews for the jail owner's agent, as well as for this. So you could choose the top 1, 2, 3, 4, however y'all so decide to move forward. But one thing I did want to speak to. I do believe in the RFQ that one of the options that they would be looking at is to, proceed with how things are with the city.
I was going to mention that. So
that is an option.
Yeah, what we asked for in this RFQ was really an evaluation. We had a 2-week kind of quick shot evaluation from Avistus that pretty much evaluated the current state and then gave a pathway, things to do in the next step. So this next step is really to take those to-dos and look at all the options and do a cost-benefit, pros and cons, so that the commissioners can, and the commissioners court can have all the information available to make a decision on how to go forward. We haven't made a decision on how to go forward. This is to help us with that decision, evaluating all the options. And there's at least 4, if not 5 options on the table that this one, whoever is selected, will evaluate.
I move that we select the top 4 that are listed on the screen, and that for, RFQ 2026-03 for the P25 radio consultant activity to, engage in personal interviews with the top 4 that are shown.
Second.
Second.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
And if I may, real quick, these evaluations are quite a bit of work, and I really wanted to thank Stephanie Matlock, Margaret, Sean, Steve Grafe, and Travis Watkins on their work on this. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Move that we approve the consent agenda as shown.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. That brings us to financial matters. The illustrious Stephanie Matlock. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm asking the court to consider the certification. Goodness gracious. I'm asking the court to certify the payment of invoices for the period of January 30th, 2026 through February 12th, 2026, discuss vendor payments over $10,000 and take appropriate action. Expenditures for February 24th, 2026, Commissioners Court are $736,332.22, and the auditor's office has reviewed all invoices and recommends payment.
Good. Do I hear a motion?
Pay the bills for $736,332.22 for the period indicated.
Second.
A motion made by Commissioner Andrews to pay the bills and that amount, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Unanimous consent, 5-0. And with that, unless you have something, Faylanda, we are adjourned at 2 minutes till 3. Woo-hoo. Y'all have anything else for me to sign?
I got some things coming your way. Hang on.
Okay.